Chapter 743. Around noon, they had already shot the 4th commercial out of the 12. Chen Guang performed perfectly the entire time. He was always able to get into character in a second. Whatever Chu Ming wanted, he could give it to him. Chu Ming was the first to make a mistake. The other actors in the last 8 commercials didn't even talk about their scenes. That wasn't all, but even the props were off. Chu Ming was in an awkward position. This is really unexpected. Chen Guang patted him on the shoulder and said, "Director Chu, shall we go for lunch first then? Time is of the essence, don't screw up." I won't. Chen Guang and Shen Yuliang left for lunch with the other 11 companies. Yang Shi stayed behind to help Chu Ming. When everyone was gone, Yang Shi wanted to say something, but Chu Ming waved him off. "Yang Shi, shut up. I'm embarrassed enough today, please let me go." What the hell? Where did he learn his acting skills from? Could it be that this person is really born with knowledge? Yang Shi scratched his head as he looked at his teacher. Actually, he wasn't too sure what happened to Chen Guang. I don't know either. Maybe big bro Chen Guang is self-taught? Do you know what I want to say right now? Bastard. I think so too. Yang Shi chuckled. They busied themselves for the whole afternoon. Around 5 p.m., all 12 commercials with Chen Guang were finished. Chu Ming and the rest of the crew were in a daze until the announcement that they were done. During the day, Chen Guang, who was supposed to be a rookie, had become the leader of the crew. This kind of efficiency was unprecedented in the entire advertising industry, and it seemed that there wouldn't be anyone who could surpass it for a while. Take care, Chen Guang. Shen Yuliang's face nearly cracked from smiling as he waved his hand at Chen Guang's car. The people in charge of the other 11 companies weren't any better. There were some words that they didn't say. According to the current situation, Chen Guang's fame would continue to soar as long as nothing unexpected happened. Previously, when he signed the contract, it seemed like the endorsement contract of 150 million yuan from 12 companies was a gift to him. Now that they thought about it, it was a huge bargain. What a scary guy. I've been in his shoes a few times. Chu Ming said with a sigh. Yang Shi also nodded his head. I've always felt that Chen Guangji has a sort of spirit formation on him. Anyone who is enveloped by his spirit formation will involuntarily become the character they want to become. That day, the entire advertising company's outlook on life had been flipped upside down. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes and participated in it, who would have thought there was really someone in this world who could shoot 12 commercials in one day? When they first started filming the online car rental commercial, everyone was shocked and impressed by Chen Guang's acting skills. They were also conquered by his strange ability to bring others into the character. But as the filming went on, things became stranger and scarier. Especially after a period of intense preparation in the afternoon, the prop team finally got serious and finished what they should have done in the morning. As for the participants of the other commercials, whether they were relatively low-level models or other celebrities, who wouldn't be touched after watching the ferry one after another for a whole morning? At noon, Chen Guang and the others went for lunch. None of them dared to leave the set. They stayed and tugged at Chu Ming and Yang Shi, trying to figure out their roles. When they returned to work in the afternoon, everyone was more professional than they had been in the morning. They were in a more perfect state. The result of working together was that the efficiency in the afternoon was even higher than in the morning. If Chen Guang's performance in the morning was like a fairy floating in the air, then in the afternoon, when they watched Chen Guang's performance, it was like he had flown into outer space. The higher the efficiency of the others, the more it showed how scary he was. It seemed like he didn't need time to immerse himself in the character. The others beside him could also drag him in for a second. Originally, the female model was known to be the worst at acting and had a cancer of awkwardness. But in the end, she was still brought into the character in an instant. He was a bottomless pit with no limit. After the first scene, it was time for the next one. Just a second ago, Chen Guang was still discussing palm reading with a girl, but in the next second, he was already immersed in his character. He didn't even take a breather in between. The commercials were shot one after another. The efficiency was so high that Chu Ming almost couldn't keep up. In the end, he didn't even bother to look at the results. He just followed the preset camera and walked one round. Then he said, "Pass." As he watched Chen Guang's car disappear into the distance, Yang Shi waved his hand. Suddenly he snapped back to reality. "Hey, I haven't gotten in yet." With a yelp, Yang Shi ran after him. "Wait for me." He was brought into the character by Chen Guang. Originally, he had been following Chen Guang around to guide him, but after an entire afternoon of work, he felt like he had returned to his old school days. He treated himself as Chu Ming's student and followed behind him to help him out. Meanwhile, at the National Gallery of Art, although there were still 2 hours until the piano performance, the crowd outside had started to grow. There were scalpers, and there were ordinary audiences. No matter how good the ticketing system was, it couldn't stop the enthusiasm of the scalpers. People died for money, and birds died for food. Outside the gallery, there were people selling toys, glow sticks, and snacks. Their shouts rose and fell, and the place was bustling with noise. Most of the people who came to the piano performance were Chen Guang's fans, especially the famous bald group. Yes, that's right. The poor bald leader was once again kidnapped by his good friends, the Anti-Light Alliance members. Sometimes he felt sad. He was the most senior anti-fan of Chen Guang, but when he thought about it, he was always the one who supported Chen Guang's activities. The bald leader raised his head and looked at the clouds in the sky. "If I tell others now that I'm actually a Chen Guang anti-fan, no one would believe me. Hey, President Baldi, I'm also Brother Almighty's hardcore fan. Everyone in our class admires you very much. Can we take a picture together?" See, there it goes again. That familiar tone. Forget it. Seeing that you're cute and obedient, I'll make a V sign with my hand. "Hey, Brother Baldi, I'm sorry. I have to stand a little further away. Brother Almighty said that you're very lecherous, and I already have a boyfriend." The smile on the president's face froze. After the photo, the girls scattered like birds and beasts. They were attracted by the handsome foreign guys on the other side. They didn't expect that Chen Guang had already embarked on the international path, and his fan base had spread all over the world. The group of girls went over to ask and found out that these handsome foreign guys were actually students from a foreign pilot school. They had just graduated and came to China for a vacation. They heard that the owner of the association's Heroes Medal, who turned the tide, was actually going to have a piano performance, so they immediately came over to watch the fun. Wu Tong was wearing casual clothes and mixed in with the crowd. She walked around aimlessly, and from time to time, she whispered into her collar. She also listened to the constant reports from her subordinates through her earphones. She had a complete grasp of the situation nearby. Although everything seemed so calm, as a top police officer in China and an outstanding student of Shun's special training camp, her intuition told her that things weren't so simple. She tried her best to not be so conspicuous. Her sharp eyes scanned the crowd, trying to find every suspicious person, especially foreigners, who were in her range of surveillance. Apart from Wu Tong, the Guangdong Police Headquarters had recently expanded more than 10 non-staff personnel. They were experts with internal strength, and they were also disguised as ordinary people. They served as hidden sentries in the crowd. In the tall buildings near the National Gallery of Art, there were more than 30 snipers densely packed together. There were also many police elites mixed in with the staff of the Gallery of Art. In a sense, this was probably the public performance with the highest level of security in China in the past 10 years. Wu Tong gritted her teeth. "I don't believe that there will be any trouble like this." At around 6:30, Chen Guang and the others arrived first. The people lining up outside to enter the venue had already filled the entire square. Chen Guang first met with the staff of the major live broadcast platforms and Tomato TV, and they exchanged a few simple greetings. Xiao Tsong didn't come today. It was said that he was recently working on a show called High Goddess. He was so busy with his online variety show. God knows if he was busy with proper business, or doing something shameless with his internet celebrity beauties. The official performance would start at 8 o'clock p.m. Before that, Chen Guang was prepared to meet the 5 masters that Tianguang Brokerage had spent a lot of money to invite. It was Chen Guang's first time meeting them. In order to invite these 5 masters, Tianguang Brokerage had spent a total of 1, $2 million, which was almost half of the total investment for the piano performance. In the words of the others in the company, this was purely burning money. With Brother Allrounder's fame as a foundation, and so many resources piled up in the early stage, there was no need to worry about ratings and attention. It was really not worth it to spend at least $200,000 per person on these arrogant so-called masters. Although these masters were famous in the piano industry, on a global scale, in the minds of ordinary people, they actually weren't that famous. It really didn't help with the box office and attention. Although art had no boundaries, people who paid attention to art had boundaries. Everyone could listen to piano music, and there were countless people who could play it. But how to play it was considered good was a matter of the benevolent and the wise. There was a saying among music aficionados, listen to music under $10,000. This sounded ridiculous, but it wasn't without reason. The same principle applied to the art of piano. People who didn't know the art heard a classic pop song. No matter how many mistakes they made during the performance, ordinary people couldn't hear it at all. They could only shout along, it's good, it's really good. But if it was a great master, his perfect performance of a prime minister's eccentric tune for a minority audience would also give people a good scolding. What the heck was he playing? Because they didn't understand, they only knew how to judge based on their feelings. But without training, their feelings were often biased and inaccurate. The result of this phenomenon was that real masters, because they were immersed in research, they didn't have time to promote themselves. They really weren't famous among ordinary people. But in the eyes of people who were in the industry, it was different. It was because they knew the art that they could understand the power of these masters. People standing outside the circle didn't really understand. But people standing inside the circle could see through the fog and see the achievements of the masters. Chen Guang didn't hesitate to spend a lot of money to invite 5 masters. In the eyes of other people in Tianguang brokerage, it was too extravagant, and it didn't help the company's profits. But their objections were useless. The boss had a big butt, so the boss had the final say. Chief Chen, I don't understand, I really don't understand, why do you have to find them? You don't know how difficult it is to deal with these 5 people. At first, I coaxed them to come, and they thought we were going to hold a special concert for them. So they talked to me nicely. But then they heard that each of them only had time for 2 songs, and the rest of the time was yours, and they immediately fell out with me. Fang Tianyu followed beside Chen Guang, desperately pouring out his grievances. He couldn't help but feel wronged. In the beginning, these masters didn't actually offer more than $200,000, and each of them didn't even offer $100,000. But once they realized that they had become the background, these people immediately shook their heads like a rattle drum, and those with bad tempers were ready to leave. Of course, masters had their reservations. Even if they didn't want to earn money, they couldn't lower themselves to be the background of others. In the end, Fang Tianyu had no choice but to raise the price crazily, and in the end, each person offered more than $200,000. Then one by one, he persuaded them with kind words, and he took out videos of Chen Guang's previous performances, saying that this concert was more of an exchange and learning experience, and this group of people finally relented after some discussion. As the marketing manager, something that could have been settled with $500,000 to $600,000 became $2 million in his own hands. This was his mistake at work, and he felt guilty for making the company spend too much money. Chen Guang ignored his grievances. How can I tell you that I invited these masters to come to slap their faces? With their status in the industry, those who understand will naturally understand. They came all the way here to be slapped in the face by me, and I feel that paying each of them $200,000 is not a loss. That's right, this is a face-slapping fee. Why is it that after playing the piano so many times in public, the production of faith in the piano world still hasn't increased? Chen Guang has actually been thinking about this question. The reason is actually not complicated. There is no first place in literature, and there is no second place in martial arts. The level of playing the piano is a particularly subjective matter. It is really a bit difficult to convince others in playing the piano. The so-called masters are all accumulated over time, with gorgeous performances again and again, or have extremely high attainments in the arts. They teach people their skills, and they have students all over the world, so that they can slowly be recognized by the world. At the very least, they should at least win a few international awards. It is ridiculous to want to be recognized by others with just a few public performances. It is useless no matter how beautiful and gorgeous you play. Therefore, this time, Chen Guang did not hesitate to invite 5 publicly recognized masters, just to have a reference for his performance, so that others will be convinced. Little Fong, Fong Tianyu, I can't explain the reason behind this to you, but I have my reasons for doing this. In the end, Chen Guang still comforted Fong Tianyu. Chapter 744. Fong Tianyu sighed again. Sigh, but they're too expensive. All of our tickets have been sold out, and our total income is only about 7 million. That means that all of our ticket income has been spent on these people. If not for the sponsorship from a few companies, we would have lost money this time. Their asking price is too high. 2 songs, 200,000 USD. Oh my god. That's equivalent to 100,000 USD per song. Chen Guang smiled mysteriously. Little Fong, this is called an investment. Do you understand? Only with investment can there be gains. As long as I get what I want, money is just a worldly possession. Furthermore, with their status in the industry, they might not even be able to get such a price if they were to hold a special concert. But because they have so little time, they play so few songs. No matter what, in the eyes of others, they will form the impression that I'm the leader and they're the support. This is equivalent to me using $2 million to buy a chance to rise up and stand side by side with them. What the professionals will think is none of our business, but in the hearts and eyes of ordinary people, first, there will be people who will explain to them who these 5 masters are, and what they have achieved in the past. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, as long as you know this. Then in the hearts of those who are taught about it, I, Chen Guang, will have the same status as these 5 masters. They are sacrificing their own reputation to make wedding clothes for me. It's worth this price. I can't even begin to describe how much time and energy it will save me. Chen Guang and Fong Tianyu's analysis made sense. Actually, the 5 masters also understood this logic. Under normal circumstances, they would definitely be at a disadvantage. But in the face of the temptation of 200,000 USD, not many people could resist it. Fong Tianyu was enlightened. When he looked at Chen Guang again, his gaze was filled with worship, as expected of the self-reliant all-rounder, who made himself popular. So strong. He was right. Although he didn't know what he wanted fame and status in the piano world for, his logic was valid. This was a very common way of hyping up. Oh, I understand. Chief Chen, you played with these 5 masters once. In the hearts of ordinary people, you'll be on the same level as them. Fong Tianyu had a look of sudden realization. Chen Guang was still smiling mysteriously. Fong Tianyu thought he understood, but in fact he still didn't. He thought that what he wanted was to be on the same level as the 5 masters in the hearts of ordinary people. But what he really wanted to conquer was not just ordinary people. After today, in everyone's hearts, he would be the man with the best piano-playing skills in the world. In the lounge in front of Chen Guang, 5 masters from all over the world were chatting. It was rare for them to gather face to face, so naturally, they would talk about piano. Raven Hodder from Austria was the oldest. Compared to the other 4, he was almost 60 years old, and could be considered a person from the previous generation. His personality was also relatively more dogmatic. What moved him, apart from the 200,000 USD, was more enticing to Fong Tianyu, because of Pavlovsky's posthumous piano piece on the center of the stage. He didn't sit with the other 4. Instead, he leaned on the guardrail and looked at the stage through the glass. He muttered, "If I didn't want to try Pavlovsky's Nightingale, I wouldn't have taken a 16-hour flight from Vienna to here." The Nightingale, in Raven Hodder's mouth, was the name that Pavlovsky had given to the last piano he had ever made. It had a beautiful meaning, symbolizing that this black piano could produce the most beautiful and crisp music. Mr. Hodder, I'm sorry that I haven't learned German. What did you say just now? An elegant blonde middle-aged man in a white suit turned his head and asked with a smile. This was Pires from Corsica, France. Pires, I said, look at those people down there. How many of them look like they really understand music? When I think about the fact that I have to play the piano in front of these people, I feel very sad and sad. When I think about a masterpiece like Nightingale, it was bought by a rich Chinese as soon as it came out. The first time it was played in public was in such an occasion that tarnished music. I feel sad for the deceased Pavlovsky. Raven Hodder repeated it aloud in English. Pires and the other three people smiled bitterly together. What can we do about it? Who told the Chinese to have so much money? A middle-aged woman said. She was Christina from Portugal, the most famous female piano master in the world. Yeah, not only is he rich, but he's also very stupid. Pires laughed again. And he's also very shameless. Another person also ridiculed. Raven Hodder slightly pressed his hand down and said, Okay, you guys control your emotions a little. After all, we took someone else's money. And it's a lot of money. I'm not joking. This young man named Right Chen really made me see the Chinese in a new light. What do you think is going on in his head? He wants to be famous. For a vain person, to be able to perform with us on the same stage is probably as precious as a luxury in his mind. In addition, didn't you guys notice that the security level of our public performance today is too high? I really wouldn't have noticed if you didn't mention it. It's almost time for the presidential visit. So this Right Chen is probably the descendant of a very noble and powerful person in China. These words all reached the ears of Chen Guang, who had already opened the door a crack, but was not in a hurry to enter. Frankly speaking, he was very unhappy. He had thought that these masters who were invited as human backdrops would have a problem with him. But he did not expect these people to not give him face, and actually treat him as a stupid rich fool. Damn, this is too much. I have to go and talk to them. Fang Tianyu, who was next to him, had a sullen expression and wanted to push the door in front of Chen Guang. However, Chen Guang held him down. You better forget it. If you fall out with these people now, what if they quit? But we have a contract. Fang Tianyu said blankly. Chen Guang shook his head. I don't care about the contract. Even if they didn't break it, it would be a great loss for me if their mood was affected because of the quarrel before the performance, and they couldn't perform well. He didn't say anything else. Old Fang, go and do something else. Leave this to me. Chen Guang rolled his eyes and already had an idea in his mind. It seemed that these 5 people were very interested in the Nightingale piano left behind by Pavlovsky. Since that was the case, he would make use of this Nightingale and swore to bring out their most perfect performance so that these people would not look down on him and only think of fooling around. After making up his mind, he pushed the door open and entered with a smile on his face. Greetings, masters. I am Chen Guang, also known as Right Chen. I have been busy with trivial matters recently, and only today did I have the chance to officially meet with masters. I am truly sorry. He smiled brightly. Those who knew him well knew that the brighter he smiled, the more ruthless he would be when he slapped others in the face. The faces of Raven Horde and the others stiffened. They were afraid that their words had been heard by Chen Guang. They only relaxed when they saw the smile on his face. Hello, Mr. Chen. I have long heard that China is full of talents. We have seen a lot of them in the past 2 days. You really live up to your name. Although these people had already looked down on Chen Guang to the extreme in their hearts, Raven Hodder could be considered as a person of virtue and prestige in the piano world. His cultivation wasn't bad, so he could still put up a good front. The others were younger, and their attitude did not change for a while. When they looked at Chen Guang, their expressions were slightly stiff. They did not even think of standing up when their money came in. The younger ones were, after all, more arrogant. Although everyone loved US dollars, and they could not resist the temptation of 200,000 US dollars, they still felt wronged when they held the money in their hands. Is that so? Thank you for your compliment, Mr. Horde. I have some interest and attainments in the piano. It is my honor to be able to perform with all of you on the same stage. Chen Guang switched to Austrian German again and started chatting with Ravenhorde. Ravenhorde was shocked when he heard his authentic Austrian German. It was not rare for Chinese to know German, but it was rare for Chinese to know Austrian German and speak with a strong Vienna accent. Mr. Chen Yu. Chen Guang smiled and said in English, I used to have a friend. He is a very good friend of mine. He is very talented in music. Later, he went to Austria to study, and I often called him on the phone. That's how I learned Austrian, which is your German, Mr. Horde. Huh. Ravenhorde's eyes widened. Why does this sound so sci-fi to me? A friend in Austria can talk on the phone and learn Austrian German? In any case, Chen Guang's words had brought the two of them closer. Ravenhorde began to feel apologetic. After all, he was the one who took advantage of Chen Guang. What he did just now seemed to be a little too disrespectful to Chen Guang. On the other side, Pires did not understand what Chen Guang and Ravenhorde were talking about. Instead, he turned his head sideways and said, Mr. Chen, I am friends with some well-known piano artists in your country. I have been thinking about one thing. You are a businessman, and your company is very large. You are not short of money. Why don't you consider inviting famous artists like Mr. Li or Mr. Lang to organize this performance, instead of choosing to do it yourself? It doesn't seem like you can get enough profit, right? The subtext of Pires' words was very disrespectful. It was obvious that he was saying, Chen Guang, you are a businessman and a tycoon, but don't meddle in the arts when you have nothing better to do. Christina also crossed her legs. Mr. Chen, Mr. Bybrovsky is very respected in the piano industry. This Nightingale is also one of his greatest achievements. He once wrote in his autobiography that after making the Nightingale, he could no longer make a better piano. For such a top-notch piano, if you use the wrong way of playing it, it is possible that it will lose its original tone. Chapter 745. Chen Guang crossed his arms and looked at the two of them still smiling. Mr. Pires from France. What I just said to Mr. Holland is that I think I have some attainments in the piano, so I don't think it'll be difficult for me to perform with you on the same stage. Without waiting for Pires to reply, he turned to Christina and switched to Portuguese. Miss Christina, I admire your straightforwardness. It sounds to me like you're saying that letting someone like you play the piano is a waste of God's gift. Don't you think so? No, Mr. Chen, I was just joking. Christina had heard that Chinese people were very reserved and polite, so she also learned from the Chinese style and said some sarcastic words. Who would have thought that Chen Guang seemed to be different from the Chinese people she had imagined? He actually exposed her directly, and now it was awkward. Mr. Chen, were you speaking French just now? At this time, Pires suddenly interrupted. Christina was also stunned at first, but then she also realized that she seemed to have been led into the ditch by Chen Guang, and started speaking Portuguese. She wondered, you know Portuguese too? Chen Guang nodded. Yes, French and Portuguese. Is that strange? Compared to Chinese, your language is much easier to learn. How is that possible? Everyone exclaimed in unison. What's impossible about it? I have two friends. One of them doesn't like to bathe, and letting him bathe is more uncomfortable than killing him. So he went to France. I also have a friend who is a fan of Cristiano Ronaldo, and he went to Portugal. So you often talk to them, and then you learn French and Portuguese. Raven Holland, who was at the side, had already seen through his behavior. Chen Guang smiled. Yes. I think you might not have seen my press conference about DL199333 flight yesterday. At that press conference, I publicly said that no matter what it is, as long as I want to learn it, as long as I put in a little effort, I can learn it. Moreover, as long as I learn it, I must be at the top level in the world, including the piano. You might be wrong about one thing. You think that I want to create hype and become a master of fake hype. That's why I need the 5 of you to serve as a foil. That's why I spent so much money to invite the 5 of you. Isn't that so? I've seen the press conference you mentioned, and one of my students is also on the plane. He will also come to this concert today. He once told me about your amazing performance on the plane. But I think that flying a plane and playing the piano have nothing to do with each other. I've also seen your previous public performances, and I can't deny that Mr. Chen does have some fancy skills. But that doesn't mean that you have deep attainments. Piano is an art, and it needs to be settled. It's not to find a beautiful name for yourself and put on a precious nightingale. At this time, the piano master from the United States, who had not spoken much, spoke. What a coincidence! He happened to be the tutor of the young musician from the Leiden Academy of Music that Chen Guang met on the plane. What you said is not without reason. It is precisely because this is art that it is more difficult to quantify. But it doesn't matter, I have my ways. How about this? In order to make today's public performance more exciting, I have just made a decision. After today's performance, I will give the original sound source of the public performance to you. You can find other famous piano masters to comment on it, or you can take it to the major music academies and let people listen to it blindly. It doesn't matter. If I really am not qualified to be compared to you, then I will buy the nightingale and give it to one of you. I will give it to whoever plays the best tonight. How about that? Although the art of piano is very subjective, if the object of comparison is magnified to the whole world, it should have a certain degree of persuasiveness, right? When the nightingale was first made, it was estimated to be worth more than $3 million. Now that Bybrovsky had passed away many years ago, considering the commemorative significance of it being out of print, its value should at least double, reaching a shocking amount of $6 million. Even though the 5 masters present were not poor, when they heard Chen Guang's words, they were still shocked. What's more, a treasure like the nightingale was priceless. Even if you had the money, you might not be able to buy it. You must be joking, right? Ravenhord's eyes widened. Although he already had several Steinway pianos that were out of print, Bybrovsky's posthumous nightingale was still a treasure that he dreamed of. He simply could not resist this terrible temptation. Every artist who loved the piano could not refuse a masterpiece like the nightingale. It could even be said that owning this piano could even bring his personal achievements to a higher level. He did not mind adding such a paragraph to his personal Wikipedia description in the future. Owner of Bybrovsky's posthumous nightingale. The other 4 people were not much better. This was too ridiculous. This was not a small gift. This was a nightingale that was worth $6 million. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Chen Guang smiled. Everyone, do I look like I'm joking? Since I'm willing to spend $1.2 million to invite all of you here, you should be able to understand one thing. Money to me is really nothing. After saying that, he turned around and left. The pleasure of showing off at zero cost was really refreshing. Don't be fooled by his exaggerated words. In fact, he was just making things up. He had no idea who the owner of this nightingale was, nor had he ever come into contact with them. Since they had spent a lot of money to buy this nightingale, and carefully transported it over thousands of miles on a cruise ship, they obviously did not lack money. To buy this kind of treasure, money was one aspect. Even if they had the money, they might not be willing to sell it. On one hand, he was unhappy that these people looked down on him because he was stupid. On the other hand, since they all thought that he was stupid because he was rich, then he would let them see what real money was like. Didn't you all look down on me? If you have the ability, then show me some real ability. Make me kneel before you wholeheartedly. Then I will give you the nightingale. Unfortunately, no matter how happy, excited you are, it is useless. Because in the end, you will definitely kneel at my feet. I'm just letting you have fun. Do you really think that I have a hole in my brain to give away something that is worth millions of US$? He first had an unpleasant meeting with the few of them. Looking at the time, it was only 6:30 p.m. and Chen Guang heard that Wu Tong was eating a boxed lunch in the command vehicle. Since Chen Guang also hadn't eaten dinner yet, he went to the backstage and found a wig to wear before putting on his mask and ran out. Sister Wu Tong had worked so hard, he should go and comfort her. At the same time, he could also see if he could do some shameful things in the command car. He ran to the door of the command car in the parking lot with his neck hunched, and then knocked on it twice. Wu Tong, who was eating inside, thought that there was an emergency, and opened the door with a box of food in her mouth. She said in a muffled voice, "What's the matter, pft?" Before she could finish speaking, she spat out all the food in her mouth. The pear blossoms in the storm shot straight at Chen Guang's face. Old Master Guang could not dodge in time, and was hit in the face. Silently raising his hand to wipe his face, Chen Guang raised his head in distress. "What are you doing? What are you doing?" Wu Tong rolled her eyes at him. "You're asking me? When did you start playing 2D cosplay? Do you think you're not famous enough? Are you planning to enter 2D? Do you want to do a house dance on Bilibili? I don't really understand what you're talking about." Chen Guang was still in a daze. Wu Tong pulled him in first, then took out her phone and took a picture for him. "See for yourself." Now he knew why Wu Tong had laughed out loud. First of all, although the wig was black, it was very fluffy and looked like the hairstyle of the main character in an anime. Secondly, his mask was a little indecent. There was a big mouth drawn on his mouth, and he looked like the main character in Tokyo Ghoul Kaneki Ken. Accident, it's a complete accident. Do you have more boxed lunches? Can you give me one? Chen Guang took off his mask and wig and looked around. He could not help but feel a little disappointed. There were 3 other police officers in the command car other than Wu Tong. It seemed like he could not do the shameful things anymore. Right, what's the situation outside? Are there any signs of suspicious people? As he ate, Chen Guang asked about the matter at hand. Wu Tong frowned slightly and shook her head. "I'm worried about this. There's not a single suspicious person, but I can't help but feel uneasy. We've confirmed the identities of all the foreigners, and all of them have detailed immigration records. We've also communicated with the International Intelligence Organization, and there's no problem with their identities." "What about the Chinese? How do we confirm the Chinese? There are so many people, and we can only strengthen the security checks when the audience enters. Didn't you see your fans complaining? They said that watching a piano concert is like entering the Great Hall of the People. The procedures are so complicated. Now that we've entered early, I think we'll have to wait until 7:50 before everyone can enter." Wu Tong sighed. "It's okay. Safety first. We can't be too careful." As the two were chatting, the police officer in charge of intelligence suddenly turned around and said loudly, "Bureau Chief, we just received news." Wu Tong put down the lunchbox. "What?" The intelligence officer swallowed his saliva. "Our colleagues in the Security Bureau have just received news that the Broken is trying to negotiate with them." "What did the Broken say?" "They want us to provide them with Xuelin's whereabouts. Otherwise, they will definitely launch a suicide attack in Beijing today." Wu Tong's brows furrowed even more. "Nothing else?" "No. Our colleagues from the Security Bureau plan to deal with them, but we didn't receive any reply to the message we sent. They are very careful. After sending a message, there was no more movement. Our anti-tracking also failed." "A suicide attack? Other than us, there's a celebrity meeting in Dongqing District today, and a shopping mall in Haiding District is having its opening ceremony. Other regular locations like cinemas are operating normally, but attacking those targets won't affect us too much. If they really want to do it, I'm afraid they'll do it directly. Their target should still be us." Wu Tong sighed. "Sigh, I really can't rest for a second." Chen Guang also finished his lunch quickly and stood up with her. "Let's go and see what's going on." Wu Tong pushed him. "Save it. You're not a secret agent. I don't want you to be a hindrance. Furthermore, it's all your fans outside. If someone recognizes you, it'll be a lot of trouble." "What do you mean by hindrance?" "I'm the chief instructor of Shun's special training camp. Even if you see me, you have to call me teacher. Let's go. Who knows, I might be lucky. An ordinary person like you won't understand my luck." "Screw you, ordinary person." Although Wu Tong was reluctant, she didn't reject Chen Guang's company. After all, he was wearing a mask with a big mouth. Coupled with his wig, the probability of being recognized wasn't high. Chapter 746. I don't think you guys should focus all your energy on foreigners. Chen Guang and Wu Tong, who were dressed as anime characters, walked hand in hand in the crowd, looking like a young couple. Although Wu Tong was the director of the Beijing branch bureau, she had been training all year round. Although she was already 25 or 26 years old, she looked no different from a 16-year-old girl. It didn't feel strange for her to act as a couple with Chen Guang. It's easy for you to say that. Not all of us are Sun Wukong, or have the fiery eyes of truth. There are at least 10,000 people here. Who can find a suspicious person among so many Wuxia people? Wu Tong had a sweet smile on her face. It was hard to tell if she was really immersed in the scene of the two pretending to be a couple. Don't we have the help of the internal strength martial artists from the Guangdong General Bureau? Are they useless? Chen Guang asked. Wu Tong nodded. You're right. Secret agents are secret agents, and martial artists are martial artists. Although those newly recruited internal strength martial artists have unique skills, they might not be as good as the well-trained secret agents when it comes to gathering intelligence. Do you know how many courses we have to learn? Criminal psychology is the most basic, and there are more than 10 subjects such as behavior analysis, micro-expression management, and so on. Learning is not the end. How can we use this knowledge in actual combat? We have to slowly accumulate rich experience. It's not as easy as you think. It sounds very profound. Of course. Otherwise, do you think it's so easy for me to be the director? Did you really rely on your connections to get here? Wu Tong said in a low voice while pinching Chen Guang's waist intimately. Hey, don't take advantage of me. Nonsense. How is this taking advantage of me? You're my man now. It's natural for me to pinch you. Wu Tong smiled like a flower. Even Chen Guang couldn't tell if she was acting for a mission or really enjoying the unique interaction between the two of them. Chen Guang was getting more and more famous now, and he was no longer as fearless as he was in the past. This kind of interaction would become more and more difficult in the future. Perhaps one day, Chen Guang would have to completely hide himself like other celebrities. If he wanted to go out, he would have to be fully armed. When meeting people, he would have to be sneaky like a thief. If it wasn't for the special situation today, Wu Tong might really be immersed in it. Although Chen Guang was fooling around with her, his mind was also very sharp. This was his performance, and he was relying on today to increase the production of the piano world's faith value. He didn't want to fail here. More importantly, those who came to support him today were people who acknowledged him the most. Most of them had faith in him, perhaps because of the piano, or perhaps because of Chen Guang's other skills. But there was no doubt that most of them were his fans. Just when Chen Guang was thinking about this, he suddenly realized that he still had this trick. Wait, let's go to that floor. Chen Guang pointed to the building at the edge of the stadium. Wu Tong looked at her watch. It's almost 7 o'clock. You should be on stage soon, right? Don't tell me you don't want to let go of this little time. Hey, be serious. Today is not the time to play with you. We haven't finished our business yet. Chen Guang stared. What are you thinking about? What do you think I'm thinking about? Really, don't be serious. You called me to the roof at this time. I don't believe that you don't have some strange ideas in your mind. Wu Tong looked as if she had already seen through him. Chen Guang's mouth opened wide, forming an O shape. What you said makes so much sense. I didn't think of it myself. See, I really have to discipline you. You're not young anymore. Now you're the head of the Guangdong General Administration. You really can't be like this anymore. Wu Tong's motherly nature erupted. She preached. All right, stop talking nonsense. Come with me. However, Chen Guang didn't want to let her perform any further, so he carried her in his arms and ran towards the nearby building. Wu Tong wanted to struggle at first, but she was afraid of being too conspicuous in the crowd. She simply let him be. However, she had already made up her mind that she would teach her lecherous little brother a lesson later. At the very least, she had to let him know that now was the time to get down to business and not think about those inappropriate things all day long. Rushing to the bottom of the building, Chen Guang put Wu Tong down. Wu Tong was about to scold him, but Chen Guang blocked her mouth first. Wait, Sister Wu Tong. Don't be in a hurry to scold me. You'll understand later. Understand what? Go to the roof first. I have a big surprise for you. Stop fooling around. I'm really not fooling around. Do you think I'm someone who would joke around with people's lives? I have a way to find those people. I might not be able to catch all of them, but at least I can find a few. Impossible. Here we go again. In the past, many people told me that it was impossible, and then they all made a bet with me. Are you going to bet too? No bet. Why? I don't know why, but I feel that you have bad intentions. Forget it, I'll believe you this once. But if you really don't give me an explanation, I'll be angry. Don't worry, Chen Guang said confidently. It was also because of his bright mind that he thought of the heavenly Holy Grail's thread had such an unorthodox use. At this time his confidence was about to explode. Oh my, why am I so quick-witted? It couldn't be helped. After all, he was a man chosen by the heavenly Holy Grail. It was necessary for him to have an extraordinary mind. Although Wu Tong was still skeptical, seeing that he was serious, she decided to believe him this once. She told the walkie-talkie that she would be leaving for a while, and asked the others to strengthen the patrol. Then, she followed Chen Guang up to the roof. The two of them stood on the roof and looked far ahead. The building was on the side of the square, and they could see everyone at a glance. All right, stop keeping me in suspense. Hurry up. Wu Tong said as she took out a telescope from her pocket. You even brought this thing? All right, I'll start pointing out suspicious people one by one. But don't be in a hurry to act. Let's narrow down the scope first, and then secretly make arrangements. Let's try to get everything done in one go. Chen Guang rubbed his palms and began to secretly size up the people below. The square was a little big, and there were a lot of people. But fortunately, he had amazing eyesight thanks to the world of darts and the world of pilots. As far as the eye could see, he really did quickly find a few people who had completely empty heads. They did not provide a single cent of faith points. This, and this. Do you see that? It's that young man in green with a black sling bag, and that one in a black and white t-shirt. How can you see them so clearly from so far away? Don't worry about those details. Remember all of them. If you can't remember them, just read them into the walkie-talkie and get your colleagues in the command vehicle to cooperate. The speed at which Chen Guang pointed out people was getting faster and faster. Although Wu Tong did not know how he was doing it, she decided to trust him. She spoke the names of the people he pointed out into the walkie-talkie at the same time. On the other hand, the people in the command vehicle adjusted the high-definition surveillance cameras around the square and singled out the suspicious people one by one. Next, Chen Guang quickly pointed out more than 20 people in less than 20 seconds. Among the nearly 10,000 people below, most of them had more or less faith points. Even if they were extremely weak, they still existed. Don't tell me you're just guessing blindly? Also, why are all the people you pointed out Chinese faces? When he finally said that there were no more, Wu Tong turned off the walkie-talkie and asked skeptically, what nonsense are you talking about? Intuition my ass. Think about it. The broken world has suffered so many losses in Beijing. Since they want to make a big operation this time, they have to make sure nothing goes wrong. Of course, they have to find people with Chinese faces. Don't you think so? How can you not understand such a simple logic? Chen Guang said resolutely. Wu Tong was tired of being ridiculed by him. Of course I understand. I just don't believe what makes you so sure. I'm willing to bet that there's something wrong with at least half of them. Why do you only know how to gamble? Are you the African gambling king? Let's go and observe the situation. I still have to make arrangements for the arrest. Wu Tong immediately turned around and pulled him downstairs. She was afraid that this guy would suddenly want to do something extra on the rooftop. She did not expect Chen Guang to run faster than her. I have to make a trip to the art gallery as well. I've already let 1,000 people in, and I don't know how many suspicious people have already entered. Also, I've already broken away from Africa and Europe. Just treat it as a blind guess. It doesn't matter. When the people are arrested, you'll naturally understand how powerful I am. When the two returned to the plaza, they were not in a hurry to make the arrest. Chen Guang and Wu Tong quietly approached the two targets that they had chosen earlier. They planned to probe around and confirm who they were. The two of them seemed to have tickets as well. However, they were not in a hurry to queue up to enter. Instead, they looked around the crowd. They walked in front of the stalls and asked around. From time to time, They would buy some snacks. They were two young men. One of them was dressed like a sissy, while the other was quite manly. Although they were said to be two men, their actions were so intimate that it was a little, what? Chen Guang and Wu Tong were not in a hurry to get too close. Instead, they stole glances at each other from afar. They hugged each other and whispered softly like lovers. Hey, aren't they afraid of being too conspicuous? I've noticed them before, but they aren't. They really aren't. Wu Tong had a sweet smile on her face. She squinted her eyes into a crescent moon. But she was talking about the two people whose whereabouts were different from ordinary people. Chen Guang smiled mysteriously. This time, he was finally showing off. Next, it's time for Instructor Chen's lecture. Little Wu, listen carefully. In Chen's criminal psychology, this is called the contrasting cute disguise technique. They're taking advantage of the contrasting psychology. According to normal people's thinking, if you want to hide in the crowd, of course, the more ordinary you look, the better. According to the thinking of normal agents, you'll pay attention to those who are especially ordinary. However, these two people deliberately pretend to be good friends. It looks very conspicuous, but it makes you lower your guard. So that's how it is. The crescent moon shape in Wu Tong's eyes became more obvious. She looked like she admired him. However, it was obvious that she was pretending. Her eyes were obviously teasing him. Chapter 747. Wu Tong said, but they are hugging each other. Chen Guang nodded. These two are really going all out. The more I look at them, the more suspicious they are. But they are biting each other. I'm regretting eating the lunchbox just now. Oh my God, my eyes are burning. Ouch. They are leaving, Chen Guang said firmly. Follow them and arrange for the people outside to take action. These two must be up to something. Boss, these two have entered the hotel. Fine. Let's barge in and see what they are doing. I have a leader who thinks they are suspicious. After waiting for a few minutes, a hysterical roar came from the walkie-talkie. What is the meaning of this? What's wrong with two men dating? Is it against the law? I want to lodge a complaint. Lodge a complaint against your leader. Lodge a complaint. Boss, what should we do? Did you get the wrong person? Wu Tong coughed. You guys handle this. I am still busy. Let's talk another day. Another day. Bye. Turning off the earpiece, Wu Tong looked at Chen Guang in silence. Is this the camouflage technique? I think they are quite cute. Instructor Chen? Nice to meet you, Teacher Wu. Contrasting cuteness? Wu Tong was still hugging Chen Guang, but her hand was pinching his waist. All right. Go back to the back of the stage. Don't stay here and cause trouble. Bye. Trust me one more time. This is the last time. I'm not joking. I am serious. So you were not serious just now? I was serious just now, but I overexerted myself. This time, let's get closer and listen more before taking action. Fine. I will trust you one more time. But don't joke around. Luckily we were in the hotel, or else we would have alerted them. I know. I am more nervous than you. Chen Guang himself was also in a mess. There were only about 20 people in the group, and they didn't have any faith points. Their accuracy should be especially high. Who would have thought that these good gay friends wouldn't play by the rules? Seriously, if you guys are gay, just stay at home. Why do you have to come out and interfere with my line of sight? Well, in a sense, this did not seem to be bad news. If those two were still his fans, then that would be really scary. Chen Guang and Wu Tong began to walk around the square again. This time, they targeted 3 men who were gathered together in a queue. As soon as the 2 of them got closer, they immediately noticed something unusual. The 3 of them looked like university students, but they were clearly much stronger than the average university student. It was just that the clothes they wore were loose, which hid their overly strong bodies. At this moment, the 3 of them were chatting and laughing, pointing at the beauties in the crowd from time to time. It was undeniable that their acting was really good. They even fooled Wu Tong, the other secret agents, and even the inner force martial artists. Wu Tong had paid attention to the 3 of them for a short while, but from afar, she could tell that they were talking very loudly and did not deliberately avoid the people around them. That was why Wu Tong eliminated the 3 of them from the list of suspicious targets. However, their acting skills could not fool the eyes of the world-class actor, Chen Guang. Although their eyes were looking at the beautiful girls, there was no lust in the depths of their eyes. Instead, there was a sense of coldness. As for Wu Tong, what really made her wary was that after she quietly got closer, she suddenly realized that she could not understand what the three of them were talking about. Indeed, they were indeed talking loudly. Even though she was 4 to 5 meters away from the crowd, she could still clearly hear every word they said. However, Wu Tong could not understand a single word. I was tricked. I should have gotten a little closer just now. No. If Chen Guang had not pointed out the three of them first, and made Wu Tong think that there was something wrong with them, even if she really could not understand what they were talking about, she would at most think that they were some ethnic minority or speaking some dialect, because their pronunciation was at least 70 to 80% similar to Chinese. China was a vast land with abundant resources. There were hundreds and thousands of dialects in different places, so it was normal for the pronunciation to be very different. For example, when people from Beijing went to Denghai, they would definitely be confused. When people from Dechuan went to Jiangnan, they would also not understand a single word when listening to Wu Nong's soft language. For example, in Sun Xiaoshuan's hometown Wumian City, the people there called the restaurant Fadi in their dialect. In the ears of people from Dechuan, it was Fadi. Who would have thought that? There's something wrong with these three people. Wu Tong did not dare to frown. She also showed off her acting skills, and smiled at Chen Guang's ear in puzzlement. At the same time, she turned on the walkie-talkie again, and emphasized the situation of the three people to the other colleagues. However, a strange smile appeared on Chen Guang's face. You're wrong. If they're not guilty, then there's something wrong with them. 100%. But don't be in a hurry to act. Let me listen to them. You can understand them. Wu Tong looked at Chen Guang in disbelief. Chen Guang's eyes, hidden behind the mask, were full of smiles. Of course, I can only say that this is too interesting. This world's breaker is not simple. What language are they using? The pronunciation is similar to Chinese, but the meaning is completely different. It's not a Latin language either. I know English and have interacted with other languages, but this is an indigenous language of Africa. It belongs to the Tubbermuru tribe. The Tubbermuru tribe that originally used this language have probably disappeared in the chaos of war. In the past, I thought that there were less than 100 people in the world who could speak Tubbermuru. Today I've learned something new, Chen Guang said calmly. It was undeniable that the world's breaker was an internationally renowned assassin organization that was different from the rest. The leader of the world's breaker had great foresight. He actually thought of learning this dying Tubbermuru language and taught it to his core members. Regardless of whether it was a live communication or a phone call, they could use this special language. Even if they were being monitored or bugged, they wouldn't have to worry about information leaking, because no one would be able to understand it. It was even possible that the Tubbermuru tribe that taught this language to the world's breaker had all died under the butcher knife of the world's breaker. In this world, other than the members of the world's breaker, no one else would be able to master Tubbermuru language. This was a unique communication method that was almost impossible to crack. It was even more insane than encryption, and more convenient to communicate with. Although Tubbermuru was an indigenous language, it had its own system. It had a strict structure, and its pronunciation was similar to Chinese. Every word had a different pronunciation and meaning. It was also very easy to create new words. The world's breaker's plan was perfect. However, they were unfortunate enough to meet Chen Guang. Coincidentally, Tubbermuru language was within the 4,978 languages that Chen Guang knew. For the sake of a flawless disguise, they purposely spoke loudly. However, all of their words fell into Chen Guang's ears. This feeling was like a beautiful woman wearing thick clothes walking on the street. But everyone on the street was wearing see-through glasses, and everyone could see that her straight chest was actually padded with 3 layers of silicone pads. As sad as that. Wu Tong's eyes widened as she looked at Chen Guang in disbelief. How did you know? Tubbermuru? What's that? Chen Guang didn't have time to answer her. Instead, he shushed her and said softly, "There are a total of 8 of them. None of them are armed. Currently, none of them have entered the venue." Then, he didn't care whether Wu Tong believed him or not. He continued to listen. F***CK. Quickly get someone to change the seats in the gallery. The 7th seat in the 3rd row. The 5th seat in the 7th row. VIP area 107. Chen Guang's expression changed slightly as he listened. He quickly pointed out 8 seats. It turned out that the world's breaker had been eyeing the National Gallery of Art since the beginning of the planning for his piano concert. As early as 5 days ago, they had already made their move. Through their planted spies, they first secretly damaged a portion of the chairs in the venue. They made it look like they were damaged naturally. Then it was the supplier's turn. Even the supplier themselves didn't know that the chairs they had replaced were stuffed with something. Therefore, the person in charge of the venue's maintenance did not suspect the company that had been working with them for a long time. Therefore, without anyone noticing, the 8 chairs that had been stuffed with something appeared in the gallery. As for the detonation device, it was very simple. It was to use a mobile phone to release a special frequency sound wave that the human ear could not identify to trigger the bomb. The seats that the 8 people had bought were near the 8 chairs that had been tampered with. Once the bomb was triggered, all they had to do was press the audio button on their mobile phones at the same time to complete the detonation. Don't act rashly and alert the enemy. While they haven't gone in yet, quietly replace the chairs with the bombs. After that, we'll make our move. The rest of them are nothing to be afraid of. Wu Tong nodded skeptically and immediately followed Chen Guang's instructions through the walkie-talkie. About 10 minutes later, reports came in one after another. Just as Chen Guang had expected, the 8 chairs were really loaded. Boss, the 8 high-explosive biological bombs are all sealed in plastic bags that are completely odorless. No wonder our police dogs couldn't sniff them out. Have they been moved? Yes, all of them have been moved. Very good. Tell the others to calm down, and don't show any changes in their emotions. Wait for my orders. After hanging up the phone, Wu Tong looked at Chen Guang suspiciously. You actually got everything right this time. Chen Guang shrugged. Look at what you're saying. I didn't make any mistakes, okay? What happened to the couple just now? That was an accident. I was just trying to lighten the mood. Don't mind the details. Now that the rest of them have become toothless tigers, should we? As Wu Tong spoke, her eyes drifted to the 3 people not far away who were still talking loudly, not knowing what had happened. It was not difficult to identify the other 5 people. Among the 20 or so people Chen Guang had pointed out earlier, the 5 were also young and looked very ordinary. However, compared to ordinary people, they had an extra murderous aura. At a glance, they might be overlooked because of their excellent acting skills, but with a preconceived notion, under continuous observation, they would eventually give themselves away. Moreover, they all had one thing in common. The clothes they wore were relatively loose, all to cover up their overly muscular bodies. If Wu Tong had always had doubts about Chen Guang's ability as a special agent, after this incident, she was already shocked by Chen Guang. Thinking back to his past, Wu Tong only had one thought in her heart. This guy was really omnipotent. Therefore, before she even realized it, she had already subconsciously treated Chen Guang as her master. Wait a minute. Let me see if I can hear anything out of the ordinary. Okay. In less than 5 minutes, Wu Tong received another message from her earpiece, saying that the Shattered had contacted the Security Bureau again, requesting for a negotiation and information on Xuelin. Unlike the last time, the Shattered's threat this time was simpler and more straightforward. This was what they said. We heard that you Chinese like the number 8, so we've prepared 8 surprises for you. You don't have much time left. Otherwise, to borrow an ancient Chinese saying, we'll congratulate you on making a fortune. The corner of Wu Tong's mouth curled up slightly. If it was before, she would have been so anxious that her eyebrows would have been on fire when she heard such news. But now, she had just defused 8 bombs, and the other 8 gangsters were already under strict surveillance. Everything was under control, and the threat of the world shatterer made her want to laugh. After listening to Wu Tong, Chen Guang could not help but want to cover his mouth and laugh. Alright, I don't even need to cover my mouth with a mask. By the way, what kind of place is Mount Baral? Why can't I find it on the internet? Chen Guang lowered his head and played with his phone. Wu Tong thought for a long time. I only know of a city in the southwest that used the name Baral. Could it be that place? Forget it, we'll look into it later. Let the internal force experts from the general headquarters do it, lest they resist. By the way, I have a request. What is it? Leave no one alive. Why? Believe me, you won't get anything out of them. I'm even sure that if you give them the slightest chance, they'll spread the news that they've inexplicably been exposed. That way, they might discover the fact that the Tubramura language has been exposed. Therefore, instead of pursuing more unrealistic information, it's better to let them die a quick death. That way, we can make them fall into the same pit again. Wu Tong looked at him again. You've become more decisive than before. Chen Guang curled his lips. That depends on who I'm dealing with, don't you think? I don't have the slightest bit of mercy for the world breaker. That's true. Let's do it. The two separated. With an internal force expert holding the line, it was impossible for anything to go wrong against 8 unarmed members of the world breaker. Therefore, Chen Guang didn't need to pay attention to them anymore. The poor members of the world breaker didn't know that not only did they fail to get any information about Xuelin, but they also exposed the name of Mount Baral. Although inner force martial artists were not very competent as secret agents, they were good at scheming. It was not difficult for them to shatter a person's heart and lungs with a seemingly casual slap on the back. 10 minutes later, the 8 experts from the shattered world, including 3 core members, silently fell to the ground. The crowd was too noisy. Falling down without any warning would only make people think that they had fainted because of the crowd. The organizers reacted too quickly. In less than 30 seconds after these people collapsed, many medical staff, wearing white coats, rushed out and carried them away. No one knew that the moment the 8 people collapsed, their hearts had stopped beating. After a short commotion, everything returned to silence. The chairs in the art gallery had been secretly changed. This little commotion was like a stone thrown into a lake. It only caused a few ripples before it quickly disappeared without a trace. Chapter 748. There was a saying that went, "The reason you can't see the darkness is because someone is standing in front of the darkness and blocking it behind them." Wu Tong led more than 30% of Beijing's elite police officers, and more than a quarter of the top secret agents. Coupled with Chen Guang's godly performance, they managed to kill the threat of the world breaker in the cradle. That was why this seemingly peaceful piano performance could continue. Everything seemed to be playing down. But in fact, if there was even the slightest mistake, all danger could not be strangled in the cradle before the performance officially began. If the 8 bombs continued to be hidden like this, the consequences would be unimaginable. After the incident, Wu Tong broke out in cold sweat. She had underestimated the world breaker's madness. According to past experience, although the world breaker was trying to cause a ruckus in Beijing, they wouldn't simply kidnap civilians to create a terrorist attack. In China, there was a saying that went, "Those who offend China will be punished no matter how far they are." The world breaker should know that if they really dared to blow up the building today, they would face the craziest revenge from the entire country. But this time they seemed to be really anxious. Even so, they were still somewhat fearful. Just like how they took the initiative to communicate with Chen Guang previously, it showed that they were still focused on negotiation, and their arrangements could be considered flawless. However, they never expected that Chen Guang would actually know the Tubramura language, which caused them to fail miserably. Fortunately, they managed to escape unscathed today. Chen Guang sat at the back of the stage with his fists clenched tightly. He was thinking the same thing as Wu Tong. Because of Wu Tong's optimistic estimation, he had let his guard down. He didn't expect the other party to make such a big deal out of it. According to the report from the Security Bureau, if the 8 bombs were to explode at the same time, the National Art Gallery might not be razed to the ground, but it would definitely collapse. At that time, The number of casualties would definitely be in the thousands. He didn't dare to imagine that scene. The more he thought about it, the more afraid he became. Mount Boral, right? I'll remember it. This time, he really suffered an unexpected disaster. This matter clearly had nothing to do with him. Moreover, it was the world breaker who had been looking for trouble, and he didn't even take revenge. But these bastards actually dared to put bombs in the crowd. He could still remain calm in front of Wu Tong, but when he requested for the 8 members of the world breaker to be killed, he had already lost control of his emotions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have interfered with Wu Tong's decision under normal circumstances. After all, it was Wu Tong's duty as the commander. However, Wu Tong didn't know that he was still joking around, and thought that he was really as calm as he pretended to be. He had thought of telling Xuelin about Mount Baylor, since there must be a way to contact that fellow. But in the end, Chen Guang decided to hide this matter in his heart. Furthermore, he even informed Wu Tong before he left. Unless the higher-ups decided to send a large force, he shouldn't send Xuelin there to die. No one knew what Chen Guang was thinking at this moment. However, it definitely wasn't a good thing for the shattered world. The 5 masters were still looking forward to getting Nightingale. Nobody knew what Chen Guang was thinking. Nobody thought that Chen Guang was bragging, since he could organize this concert on such a large scale and put $1.2 million in front of them without batting an eyelid. It meant that he could really buy Nightingale. Raven Horde began to tap his fingers agilely on the table. Although he was already 60 years old, years of perseverance in playing and good self-care had allowed him to maintain abundant physical strength and excellent mental state. He began to get serious. The other 4 were no longer his juniors. At this moment, in order to get Nightingale, he had already regarded the other 4 as his competitors. In terms of fame, perhaps he would be more famous, but who could guarantee that Perez, Christina, and the other 2 wouldn't perform exceptionally well on the spot and play the most perfect music? Fortunately, the songs I chose were all my specialties. Moreover, they all had a certain level of technical difficulty. If I perform normally, I have a good chance of winning today. Compared to the other 4, Raven Horde had the most money, although he also despised Chen Guang. US dollars were worthy of respect. Therefore, he chose Croatian Rhapsody and Pathetique. It was enough to show his respect and show off his skills. Perez sat on the other side of the sofa. He was resting with his eyes closed. His face was expressionless. His slender fingers were slowly rubbing together. He was trying hard to suppress his desire to laugh. He felt that he was very wise. Recently, he had been practicing Maxim's adaptation of Flight of the Bumblebee, so he decided to choose this song. As for the other song, he chose the relatively relaxing Nocturne in E-flat major by Chopin. These 2 songs, one fast and one slow, were a perfect match. Flight of the Bumblebee highlighted his skills, while Nocturne could be used to enhance his artistic taste. He was going to win. Christina and the other 2 looked a little bitter. It was obvious that everyone wanted Nightingale. However, the 3 of them had chosen their songs very casually. It was not a problem to use it as a commercial performance. However, now that the commercial performance had been upgraded to a competition for Nightingale, they had already lost half of their songs. It was a huge loss. Be it Raven Horde or Perez, they were not easy to deal with. At this moment, Fang Tianyu, who had received Chen Guang's permission, knocked on the door gently. "Come in." Christina glanced at the other 4 before replying. Fang Tianyu pushed the door open and entered, only to find that the atmosphere between the 5 people in the room was not quite right. He himself was also at a loss. "Well, masters, Mr. Chen asked me to inform you that although the tickets have already printed out the songs that you have chosen, you can change your songs at the last minute if you want to. You can try to choose the songs that you are best at. He will handle the audience's opinions." "Ah, that works." Perez was the first to lose his cool. Raven Horde's expression also changed. He was a little unhappy. "What does Mr. Chen mean?" Actually, I don't really understand. He just asked me to inform everyone. If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first. According to the order of the reservation, Miss Christina will be the first to go on stage. Please be prepared." "Oh, right. We have actually prepared a piano practice room in the room next door. Miss Christina, if you want to change your song, you can practice there first. Is there only one piano room? The other two who had problems with the song selection hurriedly stood up. Fang Tianyu's mouth twitched. No, there are 5 piano rooms. All right, let's go practice too. Hey, that's not very good, Perez said with his mouth pursed. Hee hee, Mr. Perez. It's rare for the 5 of us to gather together. It's good to have a fair competition. Even if I lose, I want to lose willingly. We are pursuing a higher art. The more we do this, the more perfect our performance will be. Christina was the first to run out as fast as she could because she was a woman. She couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Everyone knew that she was the world's best performer of Willow, the Wisp. As long as she could perform Willow, the Wisp perfectly on stage, she would be unrivaled in terms of show-off skills. It didn't matter even if she made a slight mistake due to hasty preparation, because a complete performance of Willow, the Wisp, was already a great achievement. Although the video of Chen Guang playing the top 10 most difficult songs that he had posted on the internet had caused quite a stir, and Christina herself had seen it before. She had even asked her students to analyze the audio track of Chen Guang's video, but she didn't take it seriously. Judging from her professional perspective, Chen Guang's performance was too accurate. It didn't seem like it was played by a human at all. It was clearly a sound that was synthesized by the computer after the score was input into the computer. This was because the 10 most difficult songs performed by human fingers could not be as precise as what he had done in the video. Therefore, Christina had reason to believe that the Wuxia internet celebrity, Right Chen, was faking the bullet. Now that she had seen him in person, not only did her belief not waver, but it became even firmer. He was so vain that he was willing to spend $2 million just to get a chance to perform on the same stage as the 5 of them. It was all for the sake of fame. How could it be impossible for such a person to fake the bullet? The other 4 people's situation was similar to Christina's. No one really believed that Chen Guang had the ability he had shown in the video. It was too incredible and unreal. It was fine to deceive beginners who had just learned piano to a certain level, or young people who were easily swayed. But to deceive us, sorry, you're not qualified. After the 3 of them left, Perez and Lavin Holland couldn't sit still. Didn't anyone think that Right Chun was actually humiliating us by bringing up this matter? Listening to what Manager Fong said, it seems like he has the confidence to beat us no matter what song we play. Perez's face was gloomy. He suddenly experienced a feeling of being looked down upon, which made him very angry. Lavin Holland nodded. How could we not understand? But it doesn't matter. He's just a young man who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He really thinks that being able to make a sound means that he has some achievements. He's not insulting us, but the piano. Okay, Perez, I've got to go practice my song. I really don't know what's going on, but I actually feel like I'm 30 years younger, and my blood is boiling. Perez smiled. Me too, Mr. Horde. Lavin Holland grinned. So, let's get serious and have a good competition. At this time, in the art gallery outside, although the audience was slow to enter due to the cumbersome security procedures, as the time approached, the Wuxia National Art Gallery, which could accommodate 5,000 people, was gradually filled with people. Everyone's seat was according to their number, and not many people cared about the 8 empty seats. In such a large gallery, the group of bald heads in the ordinary area was still so conspicuous. Chen Guang's most loyal diehard fan, the bald president, was still sitting in the middle of the crowd, gnashing his teeth fiercely. Grandpa, just lose for once. The music guy that Chen Guang had met once on the plane had bought a VIP ticket in the innermost area. At this time, he was very conflicted. Rationally, he hoped to see Chen Guang embarrass himself on stage. After all, Chen Guang had verbally humiliated his idol Kleiderman. He had also learned more about Chen Guang's filth from his teacher. But emotionally, he had to tell himself that he could not think like that. He's your savior, the unparalleled hero, who saved 300 lives in a desperate situation. You have to maintain enough respect for him, or else you'll be ungrateful. Teacher, Mr. Kleiderman, I'm in a dilemma. Chapter 749. What? Mr. Chun, can you say it again? In another resting room, Yu Hong, Feng Tianyu, and Lu Xiaoyang stared at Chen Guang with their eyes wide open. The one who screamed was Lu Xiaoyang. Xiao Lu thought he heard wrong. Chen Guang shrugged. What are you talking about? Isn't it just giving each of them a copy of the original sound source? It's not that big of a deal, right? The original sound source isn't that big of a deal. But you're giving Nightingale away? That's too much. Why are you so honest? Comrade Xiao Lu just didn't learn from his mistakes, and didn't have the awareness to learn from his mistakes. After focusing on dismantling old Master Guang for 30 years, he just didn't understand that even though old Master Guang's every action seemed bold and unconstrained, arrogant and condescending, it just so happened that every time he bragged about it, it turned out to be a reality. Huh. Give it away. I'm just making a bet, okay? I want them to see it but not get to eat it. I want them to be anxious. Otherwise, if I let them fool me, I won't be able to hold the concert, understand? A few of Tianguang's best men looked at Chen Guang silently. To be honest, they were tired of following such a boss. He seemed to be serious. He wasn't joking. He really planned to use this piano concert to step on the heads of the 5 famous masters, to become a master pianist. Regardless of whether you really have that level of skill, your way of thinking is too contemptuous. Playing the piano is not like sports or esports. There is no quantitative standard at all. Where do you get the confidence that you can rely on a concert to be on the same level as the 5 masters, or even better than them in the eyes of the world? Can you give us a reason to convince them? What if we lose? Do we really have to give Nightingale away? Sigh, you people really disappoint me. I can't take it anymore. I have to find a few brainless fans to replace you guys. You guys are like this every time. I'm really tired. The cleaning section chief, Chu Hanji, who had just walked in, heard this. He raised his arms and shouted. Once Xiao Chen comes out, all the heroes flee. Mr. Chen is heaven-defying. His powers are limitless. He's invincible and invincible. The others turned their heads to look at him. Damn it, he got there first. Also, when did you come to Beijing? We're busy with business here. Why didn't you stay in the 5 capitals and clean up? Why did you come to Yanjing? Also, isn't your bootlicking a little too stiff? How can we, who are being taught a lesson, endure it? Hee. Nice to meet you, Manager Yu. Nice to meet you, Manager Fong. Nice to meet you, Manager Lu. Recently, there's really nothing much to do in the company. I was thinking that since there's such a big event in Beijing, they might need someone to sweep the floor. It just so happens that I'm on leave, so I came over to take a look. Yu Hong and the other 2 widened their eyes in shock. This guy was too loyal. What was a good employee? This was China's good employee. He was anxious about his boss's needs, and thought about his boss's thoughts. He had completed the work assigned by his boss in excess of what he had done. Even when he was on leave, he had flown to Yanjing at his own expense to take the initiative to help. What the new era needed the most was this kind of talent. It would be a waste to let him be the head of the cleaning department. Not bad, young man. Contact the staff in the art gallery and ask them for a set of cleaning clothes. I'll leave the cleaning work in the art gallery to you. Chen Guang patted Chu Hanji's shoulder in satisfaction. In fact, this kid had arrived early that day. He was merely in disguise and mixed in with the crowd to do his job as a secret agent. Yu Hong and the other 2 stared at him. F***ck, how could you do that? Little Chu is such an ambitious young man. How could you bear to let him be a cleaner? Little Chu would definitely be very sad, right? Alright, Mr. Chen. I'll go right now. Chu Hanji suddenly put his legs together and stood at attention. Then he left happily. Yu Hong and the other 2 rubbed their eyes again. There must be something wrong with this young man's brain. He was not angry at all. He was even happy about it. It was as if he had been entrusted with an important mission. Those in the know would know that he was going out to be a cleaner, but those who did not know would think that he was going out to save the world. The 3 of them gasped. That was too scary. There were only 2 possibilities. Either there was something wrong with this little Chu's brain, or his ability to flatter others was ingrained in his bones like an instinct. It was completely natural and smooth. A strong sense of crisis arose in the hearts of the 3 of them. No wonder Mr. Chen wanted to create a security department, a cleaning department, and a food department. They were indeed all crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Mr. Chen is mighty. Yu Hong turned around, lowered his head, and said with a red face, "Kill that master." Fang Tianyu, a veteran smoker, was not so reserved. "I swear to follow Mr. Chen until death. I will go through fire and water without hesitation." Lu Xiaoliang clenched his fists and forced himself to look very excited. "Sai, save it. It's not the first day we've known each other. Let's get to work. First, help me see how the popularity of the online live broadcast platform is doing." Chen Guang had seen through the nature of these brothers. He really made things difficult for them. It was only after checking on the internet that he found out that his piano concert today was, in a sense, the most watched piano concert in human history. At this time, his live broadcast room on the Bamboo platform was playing a warm-up program, interspersed with his past videos and program recordings, as well as the scene inside the art gallery. Although this was just some content that was completely unrelated to today's theme, the real number of viewers in the live broadcast room had exceeded 5 million. It was estimated that when the officials start, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room on the Bamboo platform would undoubtedly exceed 10 million. On the other hand, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room on the YouTube platform had directly exceeded 10 million. This kind of attention was almost impossible in a regular piano performance. Even the world's most famous pop music master, or the world's top pianist, could not reach 1/10 of the audience of Chen Guang. The reason for this phenomenon, after all, was that Chen Guang had now become an atypical internet celebrity. His fame on the internet had long surpassed the concept of traditional internet celebrities, and even surpassed many so-called domestic A-list celebrities. Especially after he stopped the air crash, the domestic #1 mouthpiece Central TV Department broadcasted news reports related to him 3 times in a row, which made his personal image in the country almost crossed several levels and reached the peak. Even now, the major stations and online media were still taking the initiative to brush his news. Some marketing accounts that leached on his popularity even wrote chicken soup articles specifically around him, constantly reposting and sharing. Of course, there were also media and marketing accounts that discredited him. But these people were unlucky very quickly. With these examples, no one would spend money to hire a water army to go against Chen Guang, the most mainstream internet celebrity. Walking on the road, everyone was talking about him. "There's a man named Chen Guang. He didn't know how to fly a plane, but he learned and applied it on the spot. He successfully made a forced landing and saved an Airbus A320, and the 300 lives on it." "Oh, this you're talking about? I've heard about it. My son practically bragged about it at dinner last night. I thought these young people went crazy from watching movies, but it turns out it's true." "Of course it's true. It's all on the news." "Amazing, a young hero." "Right. I heard that he's going to have a piano performance on Tomato TV tomorrow. Do you want to watch?" "I'll watch. I've been hearing this name a lot lately, but I don't even know what he looks like." Similar conversations were happening all over China like mushrooms after a spring rain. With this kind of hype, the result was that more and more people knew the name Chen Guang, and more people knew about what he had done in the past, and what he was going to do soon. That was to say, in the various reports, they tried their best to avoid his clear face. Currently, he could still rely on the mask to fool the crowd, but it was estimated that after a period of time, this piece would also disappear from his life. In China, there were currently countless people who already knew his name, but did not know what he looked like, and they were extremely curious about him. Coupled with the advice that the shameless Master Guang had given to the youngsters at the press conference, the result was that he had become famous. So famous that his piano performance had also become famous. Basically, it was as if it had followed suit. Abroad, there was no ferocious publicity like the official mouthpiece of China personally leading the team, but the International Airline Association's award of a Hero's Medal was a big deal. Other than the official mouthpieces of the major airlines, YouTube and various major social media platforms were simply waterlogged publicity for this living god from the East. The plane crash was already a sensitive topic, and with the help of many survivors, coupled with the fact that Chen Guang had not long ago crushed everyone in Detroit and became the man with the strongest arm strength in the world, with all these factors coming together, his rhythm naturally exploded again, so there were more people on YouTube than on Bamboo. At this time, on the Bamboo side, Chen Guang's live broadcast room was already bustling with activity. Gifts of all sizes were being sent, and the chat was also very lively. Why isn't Brother Allrounder out yet? I've been waiting so anxiously. This is nothing. I've been waiting since 5 p.m., and I've been watching a black screen for 2 hours. Previous poster, have you forgotten about me? I'm the one who accompanied you to chat with the black screen. The moderator is here. Starting the kneeling mode. This little girl here greets you. Greetings to all the old masters of the audience. Everyone send more gifts. The official broadcast will start at 8 p.m. And the first to go on stage is Master Christina from Portugal, a famous beautiful pianist. Beautiful my ass. I don't know if she was beautiful when she was young, but now she's just an auntie. But she plays the piano very well. She's amazing, my teacher said that in class. I think, is Brother Allrounder deliberately hyping himself up? My friend went to the scene and said that other than Christina, there were 4 other masters invited, the very amazing kind. Go see for yourselves on the Tianguang website. What the hell is the Tianguang website? You guys don't know about Brother Allrounder's official website? How amazing! After a while, a new rhythm appeared on the bullet screen. Chapter 750. I have a feeling that Brother Allrounder is deliberately hyping himself up. I have the same feeling too. His mode is simply tying himself to Raven Horde and the other 4. That's a little bit of it. He's already so famous, why is he still doing this? He hasn't reached that level yet, so he's using money to kidnap them? I'm starting to think that he's turning into a hater. This person doesn't care about his reputation at all? Actually, this was not the so-called turning into a hater, but an authentic hater. He thought that his opportunity had come. F***ck off. A passerby is a passerby. Stay where you are. That's right. There are a lot of haters anyway. It doesn't matter if you're there or not. Does he think he's a big shot? I've been a fan of Brother Omnipotent since a long time ago. He's a little shameless, but the things he does make people admire him. That's right. You can save the lives of more than 300 people? I'll have to trouble the admin to give this hater a 30-year ban package. Sure. I'll try to block his IP. Then in the bullet screen live broadcast room, hundreds of red messages appeared in one breath. The admin is godly. Invincible. This guy was also angry. As a professional hatter, he was paid to eat. The most infuriating thing was that he had such a heavy responsibility, but was unable to fulfill his duties. It was because the admin in this room was too fierce. He would block people at the slightest disagreement. He was as diligent as an animal. After lurking for so long, he finally found an opportunity to quietly stab them. In the end, his IP was blocked, and his colleagues in the studio were all wiped out. This guy is really stupid. Chen Guang was also in the live broadcast room. He happened to see this scene and was overjoyed. Mr. Chen, to be honest, why don't you go to the practice room to warm up first? Today, you have to perform with the 5 masters. Although we're hyping ourselves up, you can't be too. Lu Xiaoyang was starting again. Here you go again. How many times do you want me to tell you? I don't even need to practice to crush them, okay? Chen Guang impatiently kicked Comrade Xiaolu, telling him to scram. He then turned back to look at the comments in the live broadcast channel, and was overjoyed. Finally, in the eyes of tens of thousands of people, it was 8 o'clock, the official opening of Chen Guang's concert. At the same time, Tomato TV's CEO, who bought the rights to the live broadcast of the concert, was grinning from ear to ear. As it turned out, as early as 10 minutes before the live broadcast began, Tomato TV's ratings had already begun to soar. Due to the sudden rise of Enemy Channel's Ace Variety show on Wednesday, Tomato Channel's viewership ratings have been steadily declining. However, today's show had not yet officially started airing, and it had already shot up to 2%. At present, there was still a 5-minute delay in the real-time broadcast of the viewership ratings. This one, 983%, was the data from 5 minutes ago. According to the normal pattern, the viewership ratings should have broken 2% by now, but it was unknown how much higher it would be. This was simply a windfall. It was a pity that time was too tight, and they did not manage to get any sponsors. There was not a single TV station advertisement in this concert. It was all sponsored advertisements by the organizers. This was also one of the conditions that allowed Tomato TV to buy the live broadcast rights at a low price. However, to be able to give Enemy Channel's Ace Variety show a head-on blow, to be able to make that damn fatty unhappy, then I'm happy. On the other side, the lights in the National Gallery of Art were temporarily dimmed. 2 slender women with veils gradually walked to the center of the stage. The lights followed their graceful figures as they moved. The 2 of them were wearing white and yellow dresses. Under the illumination of the lights, they fluttered like fairies. Are they hosts? Oh right, the tickets didn't mention who the host was? Who cares who the host is? That's true, but why are they covering their faces? Is it still popular to have masked hosts these days? And is there a need for 2 of them? This is really strange. Just as everyone was discussing, the 2 female hosts finally walked to the center of the stage. Both of them put the microphones to their mouths at the same time. Suddenly, the 2 of them pulled down the veils covering their heads. The girl in the white dress smiled and said, "Hello everyone. I'm the host of Chen Guang's concert, Jin Shiyue. Welcome everyone." It was Jin Shiyue. The girl in the yellow dress beside her also smiled sweetly and playfully poked her own face. "Hello everyone. I'm the host Jiang Yage. Thank you very much for attending Chen Guang's concert." The girl in the yellow dress was Jiang Yage. The huge National Gallery of Art was instantly filled with thunderous applause. No one would have thought that just buying a ticket to watch a piano concert would actually come with a meet and greet session for the 2 of them. This was really a big win. Also, if I remember correctly, this should be Jin Shiyue and Jiang Yage's debut as hosts. Are we going to be witnesses to history? The ticket price was totally worth it, okay? The audience in front of the TV and the live broadcast were also shocked. It was still okay overseas. Only a small number of the audience knew the 2 of them, but the domestic audience almost exploded. Strange. Didn't the internet say that the 2 of them were recording in London? What the hell is this? Don't ask me, how would I know? My brother all-rounder is amazing. Is this the most luxurious host lineup in the history of this year? He even said that there was nothing between him and Jin Shiyue. Only a ghost would believe that. If there wasn't something going on, would she fly tens of thousands of miles from London to be a host for him? Not only did he rush back, he even brought his best friend, Jiang Yage. It was really affectionate. King winner in life, brother all-rounder. Hey, why are you scolding people? I worship him to death. At this time, similar conversations were happening everywhere in front of the TV and computers. Of course, it wasn't that no one scolded Chen Guang, but he had been scolded a lot. Recently, his heroic image had been packaged like the sun in the sky, and many of his die-hard haters usually didn't dare to scold him. Seeing that you just saved a lot of lives, I won't scold you this week. I'll write down the words I want to scold you in a small notebook, and I'll make up for it all when I wake up next Monday morning. Not to mention the other friends were shocked. As the victim, Chen Guang himself was even more confused. What the hell was this? What happened? Are you kidding me? He was watching the live broadcast on the TV in the break room, and he was so shocked that he stood up from his chair. Why are they here? Why didn't I get any notice in advance? The 2 people on the TV seemed to have guessed Chen Guang's surprise at this time. Jiang Yage was still naughtily winking at the camera. Only Chen Guang understood the meaning behind her eyes. In order to help Chen Guang's concert, the 2 people spared no effort. Without a doubt, when the faces of the 2 people suddenly appeared on Tomato TV, this kind of heavyweight trump card that was taken at the critical moment without any prior notice would cause the atmosphere of the entire venue to explode. The audience in front of the TV and computers would be even more shocked with their mouths wide open. The fans of the two people would quickly spread word of mouth, telling others that the left and right hand had appeared on the stage again. It was not a commercial performance, nor was it a normal announcement, but a live broadcast. Right now, log on to Tomato TV or Bamboo Live. Those with jet lag, please click on the all-around superhuman section of the live broadcast on YouTube. In this way, in addition to Chen Guang's own fans and the audience who paid attention to him because of the forced landing incident, the concert instantly gained a new group of audience members. Jin Shiyue and Jiang Ye's fans. The director of Tomato TV almost jumped out of his chair. In addition to the latest ratings report that he had just received, which showed that it had now broken through the figure of 626%, the sudden appearance of the two people on the stage made him even more overjoyed. What was this called again? A sleeping victory? That's right. Today's was the strongest sleeping victory in history. Usually, if one wanted to invite these two national goddesses to participate in variety shows, even if they offered a price of millions for an episode, there was no market for them, and they would not accept it. In the entire country, as long as it was a provincial station with a bit of power, who would not want these two people on their own show, that was waving their checks around, but having no way to spend them? This time, they only spent a few million to buy Chen Guang's live broadcast rights. And they actually got a surprise from these two people. Buy one get two free. The gift was even more valuable than the actual person. There was an old saying, buy the casket and return the pearls. No, I bought a pig and gave 2 breeders to raise it. That's not right either. I've sinned. Mr. Chen, please be magnanimous and don't blame me for being mistaken. I was too excited that I lost my mind. After the two people on the other side made a simple announcement, they quickly thanked the sponsors one by one. This time, the concert had a total of 20 million sponsors, with 2 companies as the primary sponsors and 4 companies as the secondary sponsors. In their opening speech, Jin Shiyue and Jiang Ye learned from the famous hosts of The Voice of China, reading the 2 sponsorship companies' 200-word advertising messages at an extremely fast speed. Jin Shiyue used 38 seconds 5.26 words per second, and Jiang Ye was even faster, 33 seconds 6.06 words per second. The two of them appearing here today was obviously not an impromptu idea, but had long been prepared. To be honest, although it was the first time the two of them officially took on the role of host for a satellite TV program, they really acted well. Hey, Sister Shiyue. I don't know why, but why do I feel that we have the talent to sing rap? Why don't we add 2 rap songs to the next album and try it? On the TV, after Jiang Ye finished reading the advertising message with her extremely unique iron lungs, her expression did not change, and her heart did not jump. She immediately joked with Jin Shiyue again. Jin Shiyue also smiled. We can try. Jiang Ye turned to face the audience again. Our speaking speed, it's not shameful, right? It's not shameful. The audience below the stage responded in unison. In fact, in a normal piano concert, there would not be this kind of interaction between the audience and the host. Firstly, the piano was extraordinarily elegant, and secondly, people who liked piano music were actually relatively quiet. But Chen Guang was not a typical internet celebrity, and most of the audience here today were also his fans. They were all non-typical listeners, so how could those who were familiar with Chen Guang not know his left and right hand? At this time, everyone was excited. Jin Shiyue changed the topic again. So there's a good saying, women are not inferior to men. Hey, that's right, we can also advertise our movie. The movie Women starring me and Chen Guang is about to start shooting. When it's released, don't forget to buy tickets to the cinema to support us. The advertisement is over, but I have to talk about the next woman. Yes, it's our next appearance, the Portuguese master Miss Cristina. She has won many awards internationally, and in addition, she is the performer of the world's most outstanding song, Willow, Wisp. This Willow, Wisp is really fast. Next, let's invite Miss Cristina to play Liszt's Willow, Wisp for everyone. These lines were also improvised by Jin Shiyue and Jiang Ye. They combined the illusion of Wisp, one of the world's 10 most difficult songs, with the super-fast advertising slogan. The two's debut as hosts was simply amazing. With that said, the two of them retreated to the backstage. Christina, who had already adjusted her state of mind and was ready for battle, walked out of the backstage in a tuxedo with brisk steps and a confident and noble smile on her face. She first bowed slightly to the audience, then shook her clothes and sat in front of Nightingale. The tablet in front of her was already filled with dense music scores. It was Will-o-the-Wisp. After the warm-up in the piano room, her fingers were burning hot at this time. When she touched the keys of Nightingale, she seemed to hear the joy of this masterpiece. Her heart was full of passion. Nightingale, you're mine. As for Chen Guang, he didn't care how Christina played over there. He didn't care at all. At this time, he had already rushed out, and he had to find the two of them to clarify things. Everything looked so beautiful. But the two women personally stood up for him and waved the flag for him. It was clear that his previous efforts to disassociate himself from them were going to be in vain. Oh, I'm so nervous. I'm afraid what if I read it wrong? Fortunately. In the makeup room backstage, Jiang Yage was blushing and excitedly patting her chest. Jin Shuiwa looked at the script in her hand and said with a smile, "How are you nervous? I think you played very well. Even I became calm because of you." At this time, Chen Guang knocked on the door from outside. "Who is it?" Jiang Yage asked from inside. "It's me." Chen Guang's voice came from outside the door. "There's no one in the room. Come back later." As soon as she heard that Chen Guang had come, Jiang Yage suddenly panicked and lied through her teeth. Today's incident was her idea. How could she not know that Chen Guang was here to punish her? "Chen Guang, do you think I'm stupid? If I believe you, I'll have to go to the magnetic storm infantry for a full course of treatment." He tried to twist the door lock, but it didn't lock, so he simply opened the door and went in. Jiang Yage turned back and smiled awkwardly at him, while Jin Shuiwa blushed and turned her eyes away, not daring to look at him. "Hey, what a coincidence. Why are you here too?" Jiang Yage rubbed her hands and twisted her waist, trying to act cute. Chen Guang was amused by her, and the anger in his heart dissipated. He waved his hand and said, All right. I'm not blaming you. What are you nervous about? Anyway, thank you both for coming all the way here to support me. By the way, I don't have money to pay for your appearance fees. I spent all my money on the 5 pianists. It's so expensive." Chapter 751. You really don't blame us? Jin Shuiwa, of course, had a guilty conscience, but after hearing Chen Guang's attitude, she felt relieved. Growing up, she had never cared about other people's feelings as much as Chen Guang. Chen Guang smiled. "I can't even thank you enough. How can I blame you? Before I came in, I heard from the staff of Tomato TV that the ratings had broken to 6%. I reckon that when the news of you two appearing on stage spreads, it will be at least 3%. Of course, I hope the more the better. But then again, aren't you recording the song? Is it really okay to fly around like this?" Sigh, there were 2 English songs that we couldn't get the feeling for, so we decided to come back. Jiang Yage smiled. "Thank you for your words. I'm just tired from recording and came back to adjust my state." "English songs?" Chen Guang's eyes lit up. "My English is super good, okay? Do you need my help? I can sing a few lines to let you feel it." "No, absolutely not." Jin Shuiwa and Jiang Yage shook their heads like a rattle drum. Chen Guang's singing was too scary. His off-key skills were simply unmatched. If he sang the original song, he could make people forget the normal tune in minutes. Thinking of this, Jin Shuiwa and Jiang Yage had a suspicion. With Chen Guang's singing level, it was not an exaggeration to say that his sense of music was in the negative. But what was up with his piano skills? Didn't the piano have a higher requirement for a sense of music and rhythm? He was such a strange person. "You two really, don't give me any face." As soon as Chen Guang said that, he knew that he had forcefully acted cute, but the two of them reacted quickly and did not give him a chance to redeem himself. "All right, you still have to perform on stage later. Go and prepare first. Don't worry about us. Although it's our first time as a host, we won't let you down, okay? Jin Shuiwa saw his awkward expression and immediately changed the topic. That's right. Hurry up and go. We still have to memorize the script. Jiang Yage did it more straightforwardly and directly pushed him out. Chen Guang agreed. Although he didn't need to practice as a human music player, it was their first time being a host, so they should prepare well. After leaving their dressing room, Chen Guang called Yu Hong, Fang Tianyu, and Lu Xiaoyang over. He crossed his legs on the chair and smiled. Don't tell me that the three of you didn't know that Jin Shuiwa and Jiang Yage were coming? Why didn't you tell me earlier? The three of them shook their heads like a rattle drum. Obviously, no one wanted to take the blame before they figured out Boss Chen's true attitude. Look at how nervous all of you are. How can I blame you? This is a great help to me. Do you know how high the ratings will be? I was thinking of a reward of hundreds of thousands, but I don't know who to give it to. Sigh. Chen Guang was still smiling calmly. Boss Chen, it's me. Lu Xiaoyang jumped out as expected. Actually, I didn't do anything. A few days ago, the two of them suddenly came to me and asked me to help arrange a surprise for you. They didn't let me tell you in advance. I thought that since you are familiar with each other, I agreed with them. Chen Guang smiled even more brightly, but in his heart, he was gnashing his teeth in hatred. You scammer. That Boss Chen, I really didn't do anything. I just did what I should do. Lu Xiaoyang still didn't know that a disaster was coming. He was proudly rubbing his hands, pretending to be humble. And well done. I'll give you an extra 1 million dong as a reward for your hard work. However, our company has its own rules and regulations. How can you not report such an important matter to me, the boss? You have to remember that you are working for me, not others. They told you not to tell me, so you didn't. Your behavior is very dangerous. This time, I will deduct 5,000 from you. Don't do it again. With that, Chen Guang stood up and left. Yu Hong and Fang Tianyu, who were standing at the side, covered their mouths and laughed. Lu Xiaoyang took out his phone and pressed a few times. Damn, I'm losing money. 1 million Vietnamese dong is only equivalent to 300 RMB. And then you deduct 5,000 from me. Boss is poisonous. Who the hell told you to hide it from us? You deserve it. On the other side, Christina had finally finished playing her second song. Her work for the day was considered over. The first song was Willow, Wisp, and the second song was Adelina by the Water. The styles of these two songs were completely different. Willow, the Wisp focused on showcasing skills, while Adelina by the Waterside was relatively soothing. After Willow, the Wisp, it was just right to calm down the anxious hearts of the audience that had been caused by the previous song. When she stood up and bowed to the audience, Christina had a confident smile on her face. She didn't need anyone to tell her that her performance today was perfect and impeccable. She didn't know whether it was the perfection of Nightingale that drove her performance, or the sudden change of song made her calm as still water, allowing her to enter the perfect state of performance. The thunderous applause below the stage also proved that her performance was recognized by everyone. Although many people present came for Chen Guang, and perhaps less than 1/3 of them really knew how to play the piano, it didn't matter. The 1/3 who knew how to play the piano took the lead to applaud, and the remaining 2/3 who didn't know how to play the piano followed. Although Willow, Wisp didn't sound that beautiful, Adelina by the Water could let the listener enjoy the beauty of music. Among the audience in front of the TV and computers, there were obviously more people who knew how to play the piano. Christina really lives up to her reputation. It's really rare to see someone who can play Willow, Wisp in such a lively manner. Her double tone is simply perfect. It sounds lively and vivid, and it clearly portrays the image of freedom, mixed with hysterical rebelliousness and a sense of relief. Amazing, really amazing. I feel that she played Willow, Wisp more perfectly than the last time she played it in public last year. Although I don't understand what you're talking about, it really sounds amazing. Also, although her second performance of Adelina is a little less technical, Her artistic achievements aren't bad at all. It's simply lifelike. This auntie is also old, but she still has the heart of a young girl. I didn't buy all her original albums in vain. You really have a heavy taste. Speaking of which, the next one is Brother Allrounder, right? What is he going to play? I don't know either. The trailer didn't mention Brother Allrounder's choice of song. Backstage, Jin Shiyue and Jiang Yage were reading the script and watching the live broadcast on TV. Both of them were also shocked by Christina's perfect performance. As talented musicians who sang and composed, although the two girls' attainments in the piano could not be said to be at the master level, they were above average. When an expert played, they could tell whether or not there was a real expert. A few years ago, I heard that Master Christina's skills are extremely high. She really lives up to her reputation, Jiang Yage said as she walked out of the door. Jin Shiyue followed behind her. After pondering for a moment, she said, although she's excellent, she's still not as good as Chen Guang. Jiang Yage thought for a moment. That's right. Although Chen Guang's Will-O-the-Wisp is less spiritual than hers, it's more accurate. Although each has its own merits, the one who can restore the original song to a higher level can be considered to have a higher achievement in a difficult song like Will-O-the-Wisp. So, these five masters must not have thought of the real reason why Chen Guang invited them. In this world, in the world of piano, the one who had the most blind trust in Chen Guang was probably the one who lost to these two. They knew very well that Chen Guang was a temporary able-bodied man at their concert, and played two pianos each. His ability could not be faked. It was more real than real money. The two chatted as they walked to the front of the stage. When they passed by Christina, they looked at each other and smiled. Christina also knew the two girls. She knew that they were very famous pop stars in China, so she smiled very affectionately with them. Strange, what is she happy about? Well, Solomon, don't worry about her. It's Chen Guang's turn. A minute later, a brand new Chen Guang appeared on the stage. In order not to let his bald head steal too much of the show, he deliberately put on a cap. This young man, he's a bit different. He's not nervous at all. Raven Horde stopped his fingers and turned to look at the TV in the piano room with a faint smile on his face. Pires did the same thing. The perfect performance of the Portuguese woman had brought him a lot of pressure. As for Chen Guang, the sound of Nightingale was different from that of an ordinary piano. The unique tuning of Nightingale was what made it different. Its sound was extremely pure, clear, and ethereal, as if a real nightingale was singing in the night sky. More importantly, its pitch was extremely terrifying. This kind of sound could not be imitated by ordinary pianos, nor could the computer-synthesized sound. So this time, it was impossible for Chen Guang to fake it like before. If he dared to fake it when performing on the same stage as them, then they must be the first to jump out and expose him. So, as long as you don't embarrass yourself too much today, as long as you fulfill your promise to give Nightingale, it doesn't matter who gets Nightingale in the end. We will turn a blind eye, pinch our noses, and reluctantly accept your scheme to take advantage of your position. Young man, you're on your own. On the TV, Chen Guang shook his clothes. Unlike others who were wearing suits and leather shoes, although he was wearing a cap, he was wearing a sports t-shirt, which looked a little out of place. What kind of song is he going to play? This thought came to everyone's mind. After all, in the previous publicity, there was never a mention of Chen Guang's choice of song. Suddenly, Chen Guang's fingers moved. As soon as the sound came out, the audience suddenly realized that he was playing the same Will-O-Wisp as Christina. This is not a normal exchange at all, nor is it an ordinary concert at all. Brother Allrounder is going to compete with these 5 world-famous pianists. Whatever the others played, he would play it. Isn't the meaning obvious? It's to let people compare. The ones who were the most surprised were not the audience, but the 5 masters, including Christina herself. The reason was very simple. It was because Christina's Will-O-Wisp was a last-minute change of song. What did this mean? It meant that Chen Guang had not practiced at all before, nor had he warmed up at all. Christina had just changed the song, and he played it. Have you lost your mind? This is Will-O-Wisp. You have to play it for real. If you don't play it like this, you'll become a big joke. Chapter 752. But this thought only lasted for less than 10 seconds. 10 seconds later, his mouth was wide open, and he couldn't say a word for a long time. This is too scary, too strange. What happened? What did I hear? Did this guy know that Christina would change to Willow, the Wisp? How could this be? The sound was indeed the perfect music of Nightingale. This couldn't be faked, but the pitch was too scary. Or maybe it was a recorded broadcast. He had already prepared Willow, the Wisp recorded by Nightingale. What made Perez dumbfounded was Willow, the Wisp that Chen Guang had casually played. I'm sorry, you think this is one of the top 10 most difficult songs in the world. But for me, it's no different from children's exercises. Easy casual. What you're facing is the strongest player that has ever been seen in the history of mankind. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to pretend, Chen Guang wouldn't even want the music score. Well, to be honest, he really didn't need it. So Chen Guang stopped on the screen again. He picked up the tablet in front of him, then smiled at the microphone and said, "It looks a little annoying. I'll just play it myself." Then he really turned off the tablet, closed his eyes, and started playing Willow, the Wisp blindly again. This time, Perez, Raven Horde, and the others didn't have to wonder if he was faking it after the recording. It was absolutely impossible. This guy didn't even need to look at the music score. What's going on in that brain of yours? This isn't Dorami Fazzo, this is Willow, the Wisp. Christina, who was sitting in the resting room, jumped up from her chair. As the top performer of this difficult piece, she certainly knew how complicated this piece was. Moreover, this was a last-minute change to the song. It was impossible for him to have prepared it in advance. This is impossible. But how could he play it blind? It's fine if you play blind, but how can you play it so accurately like a machine? Many people in the National Gallery of Art did not expect to change the song at the last minute, but Chen Guang's blind play of Willow, the Wisp, still shocked many people, especially the young musician on the plane. He had always felt conflicted about Chen Guang. Now it turned out that Brother Allrounder was not bragging, not to mention anything else, just based on his perfect prelude of Willow, the Wisp. His achievements in the piano were definitely above him. He had the right to be arrogant. But when Chen Guang was halfway through his performance, the young musician's mind was once again subverted by himself. Chen Guang's achievements weren't just above him. He was clearly miles ahead of him. Perhaps he wasn't any worse than his mentor. Was this guy still human? From the beginning till now, he actually didn't make a single mistake in his intonation. Well, in a sense, there were no mistakes, which also meant that there was no recreation. The sound that he played was simply a living score. How did you do it? I don't believe it. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, and heard it with his own ears, and believed that a hero like him would never make a fake play for the sake of acting, the young musician would only think that he was dreaming. Admittedly, Chen Guang's Willow, the Wisp, was less spiritual than Christina's, but the flaw did not obscure the beauty. His accuracy was simply beyond human imagination. When Chen Guang played Adelina by the Waterside, without a break, Raven Holt, Perez, and the others completely gave up on the idea that he had guessed Christina's motive for changing the song and was preparing in advance. It was not surprising that he could guess Willow, the Wisp, but Adelina by the Waterside was not Christina's masterpiece. There were many other choices for the same soothing style, but he was still playing blind. He didn't need a score, so he was naturally accurate. It was another perfect reproduction of the original sound. The feeling he played was different from the original performer of the song, Richard Clayderman. It seemed to be the first version created by Paul Senneville, and it was just as beautiful. When Chen Guang loosened his fingers, stood up from the stool, and bowed slightly to the audience, the applause was even more intense than when Christina stood up. Apart from the fact that most of the audience present were Chen Guang's fans, the 1/3 of the audience who knew how to play the piano were the real main force. That's right, Brother Allrounder was going to use his true abilities to compete with 5 of the world's top well-known masters today. There was no doubt that his duel with Christina had ended with his small victory. There was no need to comment too much. Although he had the advantage of striking after the opponent, the standard of his performance was far better than Christina's. Let's not talk about his artistic achievements first. Just the fact that his hands were so accurate that it made people's hair stand on end, and his ability to reproduce was unparalleled. Pires and the others understood that there was really no need to compare the source of the sound with others. Christina was not as good as him. The second to play was the music guy's mentor, a master from the United States. Unlike Christina, the two songs that he had chosen were both famous songs with high artistic achievements, but relatively few praises. They could be considered to be works of a niche audience. But it was useless. He was once again copied by Chen Guang, and it was still a blind play. Chen Guang's terrifying ability to reproduce the original sound shocked the tens of millions of viewers in Bamboo's live broadcast room, as well as the 20 million people in YouTube's live broadcast room. Tomato TV's ratings had officially crossed the ace-level figure of 3%. At this time, a 3% rating meant at least 15 million people were watching the concert in front of their TVs. The third to play was Pires. Flight of the Bumblebee and Nocturne in E-flat major still couldn't stop him. At this moment, Raven Horde and the others were clear as a mirror. No wonder this guy was willing to offer a sky-high price of $1.2 million for 5 people. No wonder he was willing to boast about giving away Nightingale. He was clearly planning to step on their heads and use such a world-renowned music event to reach the pinnacle of the piano world. Although this young tycoon from Wuxia was really rich, he was not stupid at all. On the contrary, he was extremely cunning. He was not shamelessly trying to play with them on the same stage. He clearly had a performance level that was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. He just needed a large and attractive stage to use the posture of a king to announce to the world that the emperor of the piano had appeared out of nowhere. They were filled with indescribable regret. If they had known earlier, they would not have accepted this commercial performance contract, even if he had doubled the price. This was simply throwing away his old face. They were supposed to be his stepping stones, but now it was too late for them to back down, and there was no turning back. The fourth master's performance was off. In a state of despair, he played the famous song that he had long practiced to the point of familiarity, but it was a complete mess. But it didn't matter. After the audience's ears were tortured, Chen Guang immediately used the same 2 songs to bring the concert back to its original style. While Chen Guang was still playing outside, the other 4 had gathered in Raven Horde's practice room. Raven Horde was the only one who had yet to go on stage. The atmosphere was a little gloomy, and everyone felt wronged. "He's such a bully," Pires said angrily. Christina's eyes were red. "He's just using us." The other 2 were silent, especially the guy who made a mistake. His face was livid, and he looked as if he had nothing left to live for. Seeing everyone like this, Raven Horde suddenly laughed. "Mr. Horde, what are you laughing at?" the master from the United States asked. Raven Horde said with a smile, "I suddenly realized something just now. Everyone seems to be a little narrow-minded. First of all, he paid a high price for us to come here. We took his money, and it wasn't a small amount. Doing our best is what we should do. As for what he wants to achieve with this concert, it's also his freedom. From the moment we signed the sky-high contract, we were destined to be his stepping stone here today. I don't know what you guys are thinking, but I feel that at my age, I'm not angry at the fact that I can see such a young up-and-coming talent pushing piano performance to such heights. Instead, I feel happy." The eyes of the other 4 gradually lit up. "Haven't you guys noticed? In addition to being an excellent pianist, he also has a pair of strong arms that are beyond human comprehension. His fingers and arms are extremely perfect. I think this might be the root cause of his flawless performance. He has shown us another realm of piano performance. I call it the perfect mechanical performance. It might be an honor for the 5 of us to be able to witness the birth of such an unprecedented genius, and to be able to witness his ascension to the throne. Perhaps this will be written in the history of music many years in the future. On a certain day, the most perfect pianist in history Chen Guang, competed with Raven Horde, Perez and many others. In the end he won the title of the perfect pianist. Our names will also be engraved in the history of music together with him. Perez finally felt relieved. As expected of Mr. Horde. Christina also nodded. Thank you, Mr. Horde. I feel much better now. Seeing that everyone had almost been enlightened by him, Raven Horde shook his hand. However, he still has to go through me. Everyone was immediately shocked by the shocking aura that erupted from Raven Horde. Indeed, the older the wiser. Master, let us see your elegance. 20 minutes later, this piece of old ginger finally drooped on the balcony after being exposed to the sun. How embarrassing. Although Raven Horde's performance of Croatian Rhapsody and Pathetic was probably his most perfect performance in the past 10 years, it still could not withstand Chen Guang's original sound reproduction. To be honest, you played a total of 10 songs blindly, and at least 6 of them should have been completely unexpected by you. You're a little too unreasonable. Is this brain of yours a human's? How on earth did you store so many music scores? We can also remember music scores, but that's only after practicing and revising the song for a long time before we officially go on stage to perform. You just picked it up and played it, and it's the original sound. What's the meaning of this? We've lost wholeheartedly, so you should at least save us some face. Do you want us to kneel down before you will give up? Fortunately, it's over. It's finally over. Raven Horde and the others had already made up their minds. When they went on stage for the curtain call, they would also tell everyone about the last-minute change of music. Anyway, you're almost like a god now. Anyway, we've taken your money. Anyway, you're really good, so we'll help you and push you to the sky. However, at this moment Chen Guang, who had ended Pathetic, did not stand up. Instead, he smiled faintly at the audience below the stage and said something that made everyone completely dumbfounded. Just now, I followed the 5 masters' music and played 10 songs similar to theirs. I'm very grateful to the 5 masters for their help and cooperation today. Next, I'll perform something different for everyone. The song that I'm going to play should be something that no one has ever played alone before. The name of this song is not very pleasant to listen to. It's called The Final Ghost Beast Girl? Yes, that's right, this is a Ghost Beast piano song. What I mean by a different way of performing is to play it with one hand. Yes, that's right. I'm going to play it with one hand. At the same time, I'll play La 3 on another piano with my other hand. That's right, it's Rachmaninoff's Piano Concerto No. 3 that many people are familiar with. The sound might be a little messy at that time, but it doesn't matter. There will be a dual-track audio system. The webcast will also use stereo technology. Please put on your headphones. When the time comes, you'll hear the Ghost Beast piano song in your left ear and La 3 in your right ear. Whichever you want to listen to, just listen to that headphone alone. As for my friends in the audience, I actually have a good suggestion. Plug your ears and go home to listen to the dual-track recording. There'll be a surprise. Oh, by the way, my friends from Tomato TV, it seems like it's time for the live broadcast. Can I continue with my additional scenes? Chen Guang seemed to be asking someone else, but in fact no one answered him. Only Tomato TV's station head, who was thousands of kilometers away, picked up his walkie-talkie to inform the audience that the later programs would continue to be delayed. He replied to the air, "Of course we'll broadcast it. If I don't broadcast it with a 4.2% viewership rating, would I be crazy?" Unknowingly, this joint piano performance that Chen Guang had come up with on the spur of the moment and used only a week's time to make, had suddenly become the king of viewership ratings. If the station head had been told a day in advance that Tomato TV had the ability to suppress all their rival stations, he would not have believed it even if he was beaten to death. But now, it had become a reality. The last variety show to achieve such a viewership rating was the first season of The Voice of China, the most successful singing show in the country's history. The station head was not stupid. Now that the viewership ratings were still rising, he just wanted to ride on Chen Group's rocket to the skies. Who knows, he might even break 5% in one go. In any case, it's not like it's the news simulcast, so he should just push it back if he could. On the other side, when Chen Guang said that, there was an uproar. Chapter 753. Professional pianists were well aware of the power of playing three. As for Final Ghost Animal, it wasn't that well known, but those who were familiar with 2D culture and frequented Billy's music section would know that this song wasn't meant to be played by a single person. It required at least 6 people to bring out the flavor of the song. This guy said he was going to play 2 songs at the same time with one hand. And he even said he was going to play 2 songs at the same time. Are you an alien? Perez, who was drinking water, spat out a mouthful of soda and spat it all over Mr. Ravenholland's face. However, Mr. Ravenholland completely forgot to be angry and only screamed, "Crazy!" The other 4 people screamed in unison, "Completely crazy!" At this time, the audience in front of the live broadcast platform was the happiest, especially the 2D enthusiasts who were familiar with Final Ghost Animal. Many people had seen the computer simulation video of Final Ghost Animal. Everyone knew that this was not a song that could be played by a single person. The dense notes that fell from the top to the bottom were like a torrential downpour. It made people's hair stand on end just by looking at it. But what did this gentleman say? He was going to play it with one hand. You want to play 3 with one hand with the other? Don't lie to me that I'm not well educated. It's completely impossible, okay? You're bragging to the heavens, aren't you? The people of Zenith sent a congratulatory message. I feel a chill. The wind that Brother Omnipotent is blowing is making it hard for me to breathe. I don't care if you believe it or not. I don't believe it. As a diehard fan of Brother Omnipotent, even I think he's acting cute. He's not an octopus. Does he have 8 hands? However, I've already put on the headphones. My Sunhigh HD 800 is thirsting for it. Are you a friend? However, I've already lost my wife for this headphone. I don't believe it. I really don't believe it. I still find it hard to believe that he's playing Final Ghost Animal with 2 hands. What's the principle of playing with one hand? Do you have 100 fingers? What makes you think you can do it? Didn't anyone think that playing 2 songs at the same time would be too brainless? I know, but I can't do it with one hand. Chen Guang had suddenly raised the difficulty to such a degree, and it felt surreal to the point that everyone felt that it was unreal. Many people racked their brains and couldn't understand how he was going to play Final Ghost Animal and play 3 with one hand. First of all, it was impossible for him to do it with his hands. Secondly, could you split your head into 2 and think of 2 extremely difficult songs at the same time? Regardless of what others thought, Chen Guang went back into meditation after his speech. He sat on the stool expressionlessly like a stone Buddha, rubbing his fingers slightly. It looked like he was boasting brainlessly, but in fact he was quite serious. Otherwise, he wouldn't have closed his eyes to rest before the performance. At the same time, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, another piano was pushed out from the backstage and slowly moved to the center of the stage. This piano wasn't a Nightingale, but an ordinary Steinway. But it didn't matter. Chen Guang didn't want to have a perfect artistic achievement. He just wanted to use such an indisputable and irrefutable double play to make everyone understand one thing. In this world, there's absolutely no one who can play the piano as well as me. I'm Chen Guang, the strongest in history. Finally, when the second Steinway was placed beside Chen Guang, he slowly opened his eyes. Regardless of whether people thought he was bragging, joking, or shooting his mouth off, all of a sudden, everyone in the National Museum of Art didn't know if they were hallucinating, but they felt that Chen Guang, who was sitting on the stage, had become a little different. He was still sitting there motionless, but many people inexplicably felt that he seemed to have become taller. The hearts of more than 50 million viewers around the world in front of the TV and computers tightened. On the screen was a close-up of Chen Guang's face. He slowly opened his eyes, as if lightning and thunder were flashing. The huge National Museum of Art was also silent, and people even subconsciously held their breath. Suddenly, Chen Guang opened his arms, like a rock spreading its wings, and put his hands on the 2 pianos at the same time. Huff, huff, huff. In the air, the first sound was Chen Guang's breathing. It was so heavy like a bellows. How was he going to play? Not only the ordinary audience, but even the most professional piano artists were thinking about this question at this time. They really couldn't understand. The next second, Chen Guang told everyone how he was going to play. He still sat there without moving, and his body didn't even shake, but his voice sounded. Recording. Fake. I knew this kid wouldn't be so obedient. He didn't even move and there's a sound. If this isn't a fake, then what is? In the break room, Perez was so excited that he danced and jumped. He had been depressed for the whole night, and he never thought that at this last moment, he would actually get the real evidence of his fake bullet. The heavy burden that was pressing on his heart suddenly disappeared. No, Perez, wait a minute. Watch again. Raven Horde was still looking at the TV expressionlessly and said so. Perez was stunned. What's wrong? The other three also looked at the TV with the same solemn expression, and no one paid attention to Perez. With a heart full of suspicion, Perez returned his gaze to the TV screen. After a while he hissed and gasped. This is too unbelievable. Everyone's ears were still mixed with the two tunes of Final Ghost Animal. It was undeniable that listening to this tune was not enjoyable at all. Instead, it only felt that it was an unbearable noise. But at this moment, no one cared whether it was noise or not. It was because the scene that appeared on the TV was too strange. His hands were gone. Without any warning, inexplicably they were gone. Perez squinted his eyes, moved closer to the TV screen, and then rubbed his eyes hard to make sure that he did not see wrong. What's going on? On the screen, Chen Guang was still sitting in the same place expressionlessly, facing the camera. His body was as steady as a mountain, without the slightest movement. But the parts below his shoulders were completely gone. No, it couldn't be said that they were really gone. If one looked carefully, they could see a misty state. Was it because his hands were moving so fast that the LCD TV with a FPS of 60 couldn't show it? The more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was possible, especially when the camera zoomed in on Nightingale's piano keys. The reason was very simple. The piano keys in the camera were indeed moving up and down. Even if there were no hands and no one pressing them, they seemed to be moving by themselves. If it weren't for the fact that Chen Guang was sitting there, the phantom representing his arm would appear in the camera from time to time. The scene looked a little strange, like a ghost movie. The chaotic interlaced piano music from the TV speakers did not stop. There was no doubt that although there was no reason, and no one knew what made him so terrifying, he did it. This was already a fact that could not be denied. As for his hands, they were clearly human hands. How could they display such terrifying athletic ability that was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people? That was something that scientists should care about, not us. We were just a group of poor piano players who were scared to tears. We were human beings, but he was not human. He was a monster, an alien, a god. So now there was only one question left. Was he playing the piano randomly? Or was he really playing the piano well? At this time, the disadvantages of the live TV were revealed. It was impossible to achieve stereo sound with two headphones and different sound sources. Although they were all masters and had a pair of sharp ears, it was still too difficult to perfectly distinguish the two extremely difficult pieces of music in history from the dense sound of the zither. Christina, the youngest of the group, suddenly had an idea. She took out her mobile phone, immediately downloaded a YouTube app, and watched the live TV in the background. She took out her headphones and tried to listen. At first, she used both ears, then changed to a single headphone. How is it? Perez asked. Christina was silent, and handed the left headphone to Perez. Perez listened for about 10 seconds, and also fell silent. Lavin Holland took it again. After a long time, the 5 people in the piano room were silent, and the atmosphere was unprecedentedly awkward. They did not even have the courage to speak, nor were they interested in trying the final ghost animal in the right headphone. There was no need. It was not important. They hadn't really heard of the final ghost beast in the 2D culture. They only needed to know one thing, and that was that the 3 he played were perfect. That was enough. After confirming that Chen Guang was playing with one hand, the 5 people once again confirmed that Chen Guang's intonation was also impeccable. This simply destroyed their common sense. In fact, even if Chen Guang's playing sound was slightly flawed, they already felt that it was acceptable. After all, he was playing with one hand. But the result was that there was no flaw, not even the slightest bit. Maybe there was a little, but it was difficult to distinguish with the human ear. Perhaps a professional computer analysis could find the flaw. But this was not important, really not important. He was playing with one hand. The few of them could roughly imagine how terrifying Chen Guang was. He might have achieved the effect of playing with one hand by swinging both hands crazily, and then tapping the keys with his fingertips. This way, the keys that should have been hit with both hands at the same time would inevitably have a gap in time. But because his swinging speed was too fast, it was impossible to be heard by the human ear. Oh, God, I don't know how to describe my feelings at this time. I'm really confused. Lavin Holland said what was on everyone's mind, but the result was as good as not saying anything. Finally, the sound of the piano gradually came to an end. Chen Guang, who was sitting motionless in his chair, suddenly grabbed a wooden stick from the ground and placed it on Steinway. All of Steinway's keys sounded at the same time. From the beginning of his performance until now, someone could finally see his right hand clearly. His left hand was still playing on Nightingale. Those who were familiar with the final ghost animal would know that this song about the Prime Minister being a ghost animal would have such a super crazy full sound at the end. The people in front of the TV and computer, who were listening to Pull 3, and the final ghost animal, intermittently through the dual sound sources, had already begun to celebrate. The final ghost animal had succeeded, and only Pull 3 was left. Finally, after another 3 minutes, when the last note of Pull 3 stopped, Chen Guang stood up and greeted the audience below the stage. The entire art gallery was filled with thunderous applause. Chen Guang linked his mind with the heavenly Holy Grail and looked down. As far as the eye could see, there were indeed threads of faith value. Although many people on the stage were originally fans of his other skills, and some people simply worshipped him as a person, after displaying a new skill, the same person could also provide him with 2 or more types of faith value. Many people's faith value threads were becoming thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye, especially the 1/3 of people who knew how to play the piano. In addition, countless faith value was also pouring in from all over the world. Although the piano was a niche subject, there were as many as 50 million people in the audience, so there were bound to be some who knew how to play the piano. The faith value from the heavenly Holy Grail started from 4,000 and was increasing at an extremely fast speed. It quickly broke through 10,000, then 20,000, and finally this crazy increase finally slowed down at 25,000. However, Chen Guang was not anxious at all. He had just finished playing, and the analysis of the professionals had not caught up yet. When the professional analysis was out, those who did not know how to play the piano would naturally understand how amazing it was. As for whether the analysis of the professionals in the wild would be slow, Chen Guang was not worried at all. Even if there were no wild ones, there were domestic ones. What was the purpose of such a large company like Tianguang Economics? Soldiers were trained for 1,000 days, to be used in a single day. Wasn't this the time to do so? Just as Chen Guang had planned at this time, Tianguang brokerage had already begun to work frantically. There were those who wrote the script, those who did the technical analysis, those who contacted the media and online media, were also frantically making phone calls everywhere. The huge Tianguang brokerage was all ready for battle. Raven Horde and the others had changed their minds. There was no longer a need for the 5 of them to go up and say anything. With this final move, in terms of piano performance skills, Chen Guang's level could no longer be questioned by anyone. He was simply born to beat people up. Bamboo and YouTube platforms were spamming crazily with gifs and bullet comments for the time being. Tomato TV's ratings also officially broke the threshold of 5% at the last moment. This once again proved one thing. No matter what program Chen Guang wanted to do, no matter if it was a spur-of-the-moment idea or not, as long as he did it, he would be the living signboard of the ratings. At this time, many of the satellite TV leaders who had worked with Chen Guang before were regretting their decision. When they first heard that Chen Guang was going to do a piano concert, they thought that he had too much money and had nowhere to spend it, because the preparation time was too short, and the piano was not a popular art. They did not have much confidence in him and his program, so they were not very enthusiastic about it. In the end, Tomato TV picked up a big bargain and bought a magnificent night of 5% ratings with a few million. The ones who regretted the most were probably the leaders of Central TV. For example, the program director Old Wang, who had dealt with Chen Guang because of Guinness, and the deputy station head behind him, Liu Debao. No, they had to quickly write this bloody lesson in their memo. No matter what he wanted to do in the future, they must try their best to get the live broadcast rights. How did you do it? As the host, Jiang Yage and Jin Shirihua surrounded Chen Guang backstage and looked him up and down. Jiang Yage even scratched his face to see if he was an alien in human skin. Alright, stop fooling around. That's nothing. I can still play with my feet next time. Chen Guang was also very proud of himself and started to brag. Jiang Yage did not care about what he was bragging about. She just smiled and squinted her eyes. No matter how you look at it, I worship you to death. Come give me a kiss. As she said that, she suddenly moved her mouth forward and gave Chen Guang a fierce kiss on his cheek in front of many people backstage. Chapter 754. Gaoya, I'm not going. I'm really not going. Let's go. He organized such a big event. There must be a celebration party later. They're all his staff. What are we going to do? In the VIP area of the art gallery, Sun Xiaoxuan was struggling with a red face. Gaoya was pulling her forward. Lin Jingwei looked at the two of them. He wanted to say something but stopped himself. In fact, he also felt that it wasn't appropriate for Sun Xiaoxuan to go to Chen Guang at this time. After all, he knew that Brother Guang had Jin Shirihua and Jiang Yage with him. Lin Jingwei had already heard about Jiang Yage's situation from his father, not to mention that there was still Jin Shirihua, who couldn't be separated from him. If Sun Xiaoxuan went to join in the fun, wouldn't it become a battlefield? Gaoya, class president is right. Let's go first. Otherwise, we can call Brother Guang later. He'll come to us when he's done. Lin Jingwei said tentatively. Gaoya put her hands on her hips. Humph. You think I don't know what you're thinking? No way. Our Xiaoxuan came all the way here to cheer him on. But all he did was sit there and play the piano. He didn't even look at us. He's so heartless. Now that we're done, what's wrong with us old classmates going backstage? Sun Xiaoxuan helped Chen Guang. Gaoya, don't say that. I didn't tell him that I was coming. Plus, he can't be distracted when playing the piano. He didn't do anything wrong. Gaoya poked Sun Xiaoxuan's head and said, You're really infatuated with him. You're always on his side. Even his fart smells good. You should be a little more selfish. I'm already very selfish. Sun Xiaoxuan said this. She grabbed the handrail tightly and refused to get up. However, Gaoya was stubborn and insisted on pulling her up. When Lin Jingwei saw that the two of them were about to become the focus of the crowd, he said, How about this? Anyway, the audience hasn't left yet, and there are too many people. It's not convenient for us to go backstage at this time. Why don't we wait for a while and go backstage when most people have left? Gaoya thought to herself that Lin Jingwei's words made sense. She sat down beside Sun Xiaoxuan, held her hand, and said earnestly, Xiaoxuan, I know you're shy and considerate, but you can't always give up on things like this. It's useless to just talk. You have to take action. If you don't give up when I ask you to, then you have to be braver. Why would you give up when it's yours? Can you just listen to me for once? Sun Xiaoxuan nodded softly. Brother Guang, run. Gaoya will bring class president backstage later. On the other side, Lin Jingwei took out his cell phone while Gaoya was talking to Sun Xiaoxuan. He pretended to be playing a game on his phone, but in fact, he secretly sent a WeChat message to Chen Guang. On the other side, Chen Guang's surprise attack on Jiang Yage caused a sensation backstage. Jiang Yage also immediately realized that the situation was not right. She deserved to be called an old actor. She covered her mouth and said with a smile, You did a good job today. With that said, she turned her head and cupped Jin Shiryue's face for a kiss. With this cover-up, the others backstage calmed down. Although Jiang Yage had never kissed on TV before, they were friends. Now that she was happy for Jiang Yage, it wasn't a big deal to kiss her, right? After being teased by Jiang Yage, Jin Shiryue felt that she was funny and envious of her. She was the one who had the upper hand, but in front of outsiders, she was too reserved to do such a thing. Come on, it can't be just the two of us. Sister Shiryue is here. You guys come too. Jiang Yage wasn't done yet. She pushed Jin Shiryue towards Chen Guang. Jin Shiryue stumbled from Jiang Yage's push. She fell forward and tripped on Chen Guang's foot. She screamed and was about to fall, but Chen Guang caught her by the waist. Chen Guang bent down slightly and looked down at Jin Shiryue. Are you okay? No. Before Jin Shiryue could finish her words, Jiang Yage suddenly pressed hard on Chen Guang's head. Chen Guang's head drooped down. His lips were pressed on Jin Shiryue's mouth, and he was blocked by her. Ever since they kissed in front of everyone at the concert last time, they kissed fiercely again in front of everyone today. A soft and moist touch came from his lips. A faint fragrance flowed from Jin Shiryue's face into his nose. Chen Guang was slightly absent-minded. Although this wasn't the first time he kissed her, the feeling was still indescribable. Her body seemed soft and weak, but her waist was very tactile. He couldn't feel the slightest bit of fat. He could feel the perfect lines of her body through her clothes. Jin Shiryue's face turned red in an instant, like a ripe apple. She felt hot, and her mind was suddenly empty. Not only did she not scream, but she also didn't try to push Chen Guang away. Instead, she subconsciously hugged Chen Guang's back with her hands. Chen Guang was caught off guard by Jiang Yage's reckless action. Just as he was about to push Jin Shiryue away, he felt his back being hugged by her. Not only that, she actually took the initiative to stretch her head out, turning the tables. Faced with her initiative, Chen Guang froze for a moment. A girl like this, if he pushed her away, she would lose face, right? Continue? Alright, Jin Shiryue's tongue also stretched out. Chen Guang's teeth were forcefully pried open. Jin Shiryue's lilac was like a crazy snake, entangling with his tongue, constantly demanding for more. Chen Guang slightly narrowed his eyes. Looking at her blushing face and misty eyes, it was obvious that she was aroused. In the huge backstage, everyone's eyes were glued to the scene. Life winner, brother all-rounder. You call this a breakup? Fake love? Fake breakup? Are you guys kidding us? Do you think we're blind? It's hard to say about the boss's other abilities, but his ability to pick up girls is definitely the best in the world. Feng Tianyu quietly took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath. The bright red cigarette burned brighter and brighter, and the hissing sound set off his melancholy. Lu Xiaoyang shook his head. No, Xiaofeng, you're wrong. The boss's greatest ability is not to pick up girls. Then what is it? Alright, don't call me Xiaofeng. Okay, Feng Feng. The boss's greatest ability is to be picked up by girls. Feng Feng, your sister. However, you're right. It's really enviable. Feng Feng, don't envy him. If we have half of his ability, no 1/10 of his ability, you can do it too. Yu Hong didn't have time to joke with these two people. He was busy communicating with the headquarters of Tianguang Brokerage in Wujing. He asked them to come up with the first hydrology article within 10 minutes, and the first technical analysis within half an hour. Within an hour, there must be a seemingly reasonable, but actually full of loopholes as the negative side. After 1.5 hours, the positive side of the in-depth analysis must be out. Not only that, all these articles must be published in the domestic mainstream news media and social media, striving to cause the greatest impact in the country as soon as possible. This was Chen Guang's request. According to this step of hype, by this time tomorrow, Chen Guang's faith value would be full. In fact, this was also where Chen Guang was helpless. Although his ability was real, everyone had their own judgment concept. In the modern society, information was exploding. Everyone had to passively or actively receive too much information every day. If he didn't use hype to attract people's attention, they wouldn't look at your technical analysis carefully. They might even believe some rumors deliberately discredited by outsiders. For example, Tian Guang's agent wanted to promote that Chen Guang's piano skills were genuine. On the other hand, there were bound to be people who wanted to attract attention, or perhaps they were driven by profits, or perhaps they just didn't like Chen Guang and deliberately slandered him as a fake. Because until now, there was still one thing that people couldn't understand, which could easily become a reason for people to attack. That was the handling of long notes. Normally playing with one hand, for the keys that needed to be hit with both hands, it would be like a dragonfly touching the water. However, in Chen Guang's final ghost animal in Law 3, there were many long notes that required both hands to press on the keys for a long time. Until now, many people couldn't understand the principle. However, Chen Guang wasn't worried because after the articles and videos of deep analysis were released, people would naturally understand the mystery. The reason wasn't complicated. That was, the speed of his hands moving was faster than the speed of the keys bouncing back. Therefore, even if it required both hands to press the keys for a long time, he could still complete it by swinging his arms. With 1,000 ravines in his chest, he naturally wasn't afraid of rumors. Since that was the case, it was better for Tianguang brokerage to do these things first and control the direction of public opinion in his own hands. In this regard, Chen Guang was now in the honeymoon period with the mainstream higher-ups. Even the elders took the initiative to help him build a positive image. In the public opinion, Chen Guang had an innate advantage. It could be said to be twice the result with half the effort. If others wanted to find trouble with him and wanted to blackmail him, they would get half the result with twice the effort. In fact, he should have done these things in the past, but he didn't have much experience and didn't think of this problem. Even if he thought of it, there was no one who could use it. His own energy was also limited. Now, with such a big company like Tianguang Brokerage, although the boss, Chen Guang, was lazy and didn't like to manage things, Yu Hong and the others weren't young and inexperienced young people. They knew the principle of doing as much as they were paid. For some things, if Chen Guang took the initiative to point it out, Yu Hong and the others would know how to complete and promote it. Otherwise, even if Chen Guang didn't think of it, someone would think of it for him. At this moment, there were hundreds of people who were busy with Chen Guang's matters. But he himself was hugging Jin Shiriyue and kissing for a long time. If it wasn't for the phone ringing, the two of them wouldn't know how long the kiss would last. Jin Shiriyue woke up with a start and broke free. She covered her face and pulled Jiang Yage into the dressing room. She said, "We are going to change and remove our makeup." Chen Guang looked at the caller ID on his phone. It was Wu Tong. Speaking of which, it was thanks to her help today. Without her, the security of the concert wouldn't have reached this level. "Sister Wu Tong, how is it? Is the work done outside?" After walking to an empty corner, Chen Guang said, "You've worked hard today." Wu Tong spat at him over the phone. "Don't pretend to thank me. Don't I know you? You must be laughing at me in your heart. You must be thinking that if it wasn't for me today, your little ability wouldn't have been enough. How could that be? I really didn't think that way. Don't wrongly accuse me." Actually, Wu Tong wasn't wrong. Although she was the person in charge of the task force, the most important person who could remove the bomb and kill the 8 bandits was Chen Guang himself. He was the one who found the people and the bomb. Until now, Wu Tong was still thinking over and over in her mind. "Don't say that you're lucky. I don't believe it. You must have a way that I don't understand. Otherwise, how did you find the person for me? Also, when did you go to Africa and learn the Tabramula language? I'm not going to talk to you anymore. By the way, I'm still monitoring the situation of the audience leaving the venue. Don't leave. I'll come backstage to find you after I'm done here. I have something to ask you." "Sai, wait. Okay, I'll hang up now. I'm busy." Wu Tong hung up the phone after she finished speaking. Chen Guang silently held his phone and thought about Jin Shiriyue and Jiang Yage in the dressing room. He suddenly got goosebumps all over. Wu Tong is coming over? Jin Shiriyue and Jiang Yage are still here. What is this? Retribution from both sides? The sudden appearance of the Sharaba? Wait, why did little Lin send me a WeChat message? When he opened WeChat, the poor Master Guang's face turned pale. What the hell? Sun Xiaoxuan is here too. He's also waiting for the audience to leave, and will come backstage? Oh my god, you guys arranged this, right? Are you guys messing with me? I wasn't mentally prepared at all. Just like that it came. This is the legendary Shiraba. But this isn't right. If they asked themselves honestly, Chen Guang and everyone in Azura Arena were basically innocent. Although he had an ambiguous relationship with Wu Tong, the two of them had experienced life and death together. Especially since Wu Tong was also in an important position, she had the mindset that she might not be able to find the next meal. On the other hand, Chen Guang was a hot-blooded young man, so it wasn't his fault that he couldn't resist the temptation of his big sister. As for Jiang Yage, Chen Guang had always been in conflict with her. He wanted to keep his distance from her, but he couldn't do anything as she held on to his weakness. Back then, that incident happened in the washroom of the Inua clubhouse. As for Jin Shiyue and Sun Xiaoxuan, he didn't feel guilty even if he touched his conscience. But if he really put the four of them together, he wouldn't be able to defend himself. He would die of injustice. Chen Guang paced back and forth in the corridor alone, burning with anxiety. What should I do now? What should I do? Who has the most experience in dealing with the Shiraba? Brother Chung, save me. Chapter 755. However, Brother Chung couldn't save Lord Guang at this moment, because he was already immortal. He couldn't even save himself. Imitating him would only lead to death. Chen Guang sighed. Never mind, Brother Chung, please bless me. Sigh, never mind. I'll pray for my own good. I, Chen Guang, hereby pray to the great Lord of the 3,000 worlds, the owner of the heavenly Holy Grail, the keeper of the Emperor of the Azure. Okay, the Savior. I pray to these great beings, that is myself. No matter who it is, please teach me what to do. Sure enough, at this critical moment of life and death, the most reliable person is always himself. Just after he made his wish, his phone rang again. Chen Guang wanted to pinch it, but when he picked it up, he saw it was Jiang Yuanchao. That's right. It was the bald uncle from the military, Jiang Yage's father. Why is the bald uncle calling me at this time? Could it be that he's also watching me play the piano? Why is it so romantic? To pick up or not to pick up, that was the question. The phone kept ringing. After hesitating for more than 10 seconds, Chen Guang finally decided to pick up. Hello, is this Uncle Jiang? I'm Chen Guang, what's up? What Jiang Yuanchao said next made Chen Guang believe in fate. No, in his own divine power. Chen Guang, I know that you're currently in the National Gallery of Art. The reason why I'm making arrangements for you is because of the urgency of the situation. I've already sent a car over, so you can wait outside the gallery right now. What's up? Urgent? Huh? How urgent? Must it be me? I can't tell you now, but it has to be you. Alright, no more nonsense, this is an order. Urgent mission. It has to be you. After that, Jiang Yuanchao hung up the phone, as if he was really in a hurry. Holding on to his phone, Chen Guang wore a blank expression. Judging from Su Tao's tone, it sounded like the end of the world. What the hell is that? I'm so confused. Wait, he suddenly realized something. It didn't seem to be a bad thing for him now. His uncle had actually issued an urgent mission to him, the director of the Guangdong General Bureau, at such a critical moment. Yes, that's right, it was extremely urgent. He had to do it immediately, and only he could go. Damn it, I've been ordered to run. Perfect. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm going to save the world. Don't come looking for me. I'm not feeling well. I'll be leaving first. Run. He clapped his fist. Sigh, why didn't I think of that earlier? Seriously, those closely involved can't see clearly, and I'm scaring myself. The so-called Azura field required everyone to gather together in order to become a true Azura field. It was precisely because he was here that the others came over. If he ran away first, they wouldn't come here. Why didn't he think of that just now? Well, to put it bluntly, he just lacked an excuse to escape. After all, Chen Guang prided himself on being a man. So what if he really entered the Azura arena? If things really get out of hand, I'll just quit. Well, I'm actually quite afraid, but it's fine now. I can't afford to offend you, but I can run away. Jiang Yuanchao's call came so suddenly, as if a savior had descended from the sky. Although the old man was young, he had a heavy responsibility. As the deputy director of the Guangdong General Bureau, I have to play a certain role in his position. It's not a problem for me to slack off and act like a boss. Since my uncle's urgent mission has come, then, I'm sorry, everyone, I have to go. I'm sorry, there's something urgent that I can't avoid. I have to go now. If there's anything else, we can talk later. It was just a text message. Chen Guang sent it to Sun Xiaoxuan, Wu Tong, Jiang Yage, and Jin Shiyue. Then he put on a wig, a cap, and a trench coat before sneaking out from the backstage passage. Hiding by the roadside and waiting for the car sent by Jiang Yuanchao, Chen Guang finally had the time to think about what Jiang Yuanchao had just said. What's going on? Must I, the director of the Guangdong General Bureau, show up? Who's so important that I have to go? I just asked Uncle Jiang, but he didn't say anything. He only said that he would find out when he got there. Really, how mysterious. In less than 10 minutes, a black car quickly approached from afar and stopped beside Chen Guang. When he opened the door, he saw familiar faces, Qian Ming and Haizi from the Shun Special Training Camp. Yo, you got promoted? Chen Guang sat in the back and joked when he saw that the epaulette on Qian Ming's shoulder seemed to have more stars than before. Qian Ming chuckled. Thanks to Chief Instructor Chen, Haizi and I have been transferred. Not bad, not bad. Work hard, young man. I have high hopes for you, Chen Guang said generously. Qian Ming. Chief Instructor, you really know how to chat. I don't know why, but I always feel that at my age, I'm more than old enough to be your uncle. Forget it. You're the director of the Guangdong General Bureau. You're the boss. You have the final say. If you say I'm a young man, then I'm a young man. On this side, Chen Guang simply ran away. This made Gaoya stomp her feet in anger. This guy, he must have something up his sleeves and wanted to run away. Little Lin, call him and ask him where he went. How could he have something urgent to run away at this time? I don't believe it. Lin Jingwei's mouth was wide open, his face full of confusion. In his impression, although Brother Guang often played tricks, there was no reason for him to run away when something happened. He tried to call Chen Guang, but on the other side, Chen Guang had decisively hung up. I can't get through. He turned off his phone. Lin Jingwei held the phone, his face full of confusion. It can't be. He did it so ruthlessly. Gaoya was at a loss. Lin Jingwei scratched his head. That's weird. It doesn't make sense. Could it be that something really happened? Right at this moment his phone rang. It was actually a call from his grandfather. Lin Jingwei quickly put his finger in front of his lips and shushed. It's my grandfather. Gaoya's eyes narrowed. The two of them had been dating for a few months now, and their relationship had been stable. Lin Jingwei was also sincere and obedient to Gaoya. So Gaoya had already told Lin Jingwei's family background. She knew who Lin Jingwei's grandfather was, and she immediately became nervous. Jingwei, where are you? Are you at Chen Guang's piano concert? I'm here. What's the matter, grandfather? Good. Hurry up and inform Chen Guang. Tell him to wait outside. We have something urgent to talk to him. That's weird. We can't get through to him. Huh. He went out earlier and didn't tell us anything. He said it was an urgent matter. Is that so? That's good. It looks like he's already been informed. All right, there's nothing else. You guys should go home and rest. Don't hang around outside. Learn from Chen Guang and do more serious things. With that, old Master Sheng hung up. Lin Jingwei looked at Gaoya. It seems like Brother Guang really has something important to do. It's really your grandfather. Of course. Of course it's true. Gaoya finally stopped making a fuss. Although she was usually unruly, she was actually very sensible when it came to such matters. Otherwise, with Lin Jingwei's status, he wouldn't be so loyal to her. This was also why she was so cute. Instead, she comforted Sun Xiaoxuan. Hey, Xiaoxuan. Chen Guang really has something important to do. It's very important. He definitely isn't hiding from you on purpose. She was actually very awkward. Without Lin Jingwei's permission, she couldn't tell anyone about his family. She knew that Lin Jingwei's grandfather had called, and that it must be a big deal. but she couldn't tell Sun Xiaoxuan. Sun Xiaoxuan poked her waist. Do you think I'm like you? I know him. I also know that he must have something important to do to leave. Plus, I really can't go today. I can't go. Why? Gaoya was confused. Sun Xiaoxuan first looked at Lin Jingwei. He didn't want to say it, but in the end, he smiled bitterly and said, I told you I know him. If I really meet Jin Shirue today and embarrass him, I'll lose him forever. Up until now, he has never taken the initiative with me. That means that I'm not indispensable to him. He doesn't owe me anything, and he doesn't have to make do with me. I'm the one who has been relying on him. In the past, there was the incident with Pan Jiang. This time in Detroit on the plane, if it weren't for him, I might have already died twice. Gaoya, I know you might look down on me. I can't even express my feelings clearly. But what did it matter? I'm willing to stand in the corner and quietly like him, even if he doesn't want to accept it, even if he deliberately turns a blind eye to it. I don't mind. This is my truest feeling. I don't want to put him in a difficult position. I owe him 2.5 lives. How can I put him in a difficult position? When it comes to feelings, how can there be any fairness or unfairness? In fact, I can already feel that he has begun to avoid me. If I hadn't almost died in Detroit, he might have really chosen to forget me. That's what I'm most afraid of, Sun Xiaoxuan said calmly. But Gaoya and Lin Jingwei were stunned by his words. Lin Jingwei knew more than Gaoya. He could more or less understand Sun Xiaoxuan's feelings. He squeezed Gaoya's hand tightly. Class president is right. On the other side, Wu Tong, Jin Shirue, and Jiang Yage knew about Chen Guang's special identity. They didn't ask much, but they were secretly worried. What made Chen Guang so nervous? Chen Guang chatted with Qianming and Haizi, but they didn't know what was going on. The car drove all the way to the suburbs and drove straight into an Air Force base. When Chen Guang got out of the car, Jiang Yuanchao was already waiting there. Uncle Jiang, what's the matter? Jiang Yuanchao still didn't explain. Instead, he pushed him straight to the helicopter on the tarmac. Stop asking. It's urgent. Very urgent. You'll know when you get there. Huh? We're not there yet. No, you still have to take the helicopter. I don't know how long it'll take. Ah, just like that. Chen Guang was pushed onto the helicopter in a daze. He wasn't worried that Jiang Yuanchao would sell him out. When he got on the helicopter, he noticed that the pilots weren't wearing military uniforms. Instead, they were 2 middle-aged men in black. Ahai! The 2 of them ignored him. Their faces were stern. Hello. Don't you understand human language? I'm greeting you. At this moment, Chen Guang started to feel unhappy. He had no idea what was going on. You guys said that you needed me, so I came. But in the end, you guys didn't even give me a proper explanation. Now, you guys aren't even replying to me. How can you guys be so pretentious? Sorry, young master. This is our first time flying a plane. We're a little nervous, so we didn't dare to be distracted by talking to you. Don't worry. Our faction leader asked us to pick you up. The middle-aged man in front finally responded. As he spoke, he flipped through the manual and tried to pull the helicopter higher. He was really nervous. As he looked at the helicopter, he pulled it higher and asked the other man beside him. Is this it? This is a promotion, right? The other man also looked unreliable. Maybe, right? Chen Guang glared at him. This was the pilot's first time flying a plane. Uncle Jiang, you're messing with me. Get out of the way, you two. I'll do it. Young master, you know how to fly a plane. The man who spoke to him just now was pleasantly surprised. That's right, he looked like he was relieved. Chen Guang rolled his eyes. Isn't that obvious? No one on earth knows how to fly a plane better than me, okay? After a while, Chen Guang personally got onto the helicopter and pulled it higher. Following the route that the 2 men pointed out, he flew out under the cover of the night. After chatting with the 2 men for a while, he finally got to the bottom of the matter. When the 2 men called him young master just now, he had already guessed that they were probably sent by Wenwen. Sure enough, he was right. However, the 2 men had driven here. The reason why they were flying the helicopter back now was because there was a change in the situation, and it was more urgent. However, The two men were hindered by the one family's rules and couldn't let the military follow them. Therefore, they bit the bullet and asked for the helicopter. While Chen Guang was rushing over, they even urged Jiang Yuanchao to get someone to dismantle the GPS system on the helicopter. Did the two of you eat bear bile? This is your first time flying a plane, and you dare to fly it yourself? Chen Guang, the one with the least opinion, started lecturing the two middle-aged men as he sped up. We didn't want to, but the family said. What happened? What happened to Wenwen? Son-in-law, we don't know either. She was fine earlier this afternoon. About an hour ago, our sect master suddenly felt unwell. At first, she didn't say anything, but later on, her consciousness blurred, and all she could do was call out your name. No one in the family could get close. Suzerain's chi energy leaked out, and kept everyone several feet away. Anyone who dared to barge in would be injured. Chen Guang was shocked. Possessed. The two servants of the Wen family clearly didn't know the situation either. We don't know either. We weren't in the family before this. We were also in Yanjing. Due to the urgency of the situation, the two of us hurried to take you home. After hearing this, Chen Guang felt anxious. He had heard from Xian Qin and Wu Miaowan that Wenwen's speed of improvement was beyond the common sense of all martial artists. She was a rare genius. At that time, he only thought that Wenwen was a peerless genius. Now that he thought about it, there must be a hidden danger. She might really have been possessed by the devil. No wonder these two stubborn fellows were the best at pretending to know how to fly a plane. Fortunately, I know how to do it. Otherwise, we would all die together today. Wenwen, you have to hang in there. Although I don't know what I can do to help, since you're still calling me when you're unconscious, how can I delay? Chapter 756. Chen Guang had never cultivated inner force before, so he did not know the theory behind qi deviation. He did not know what he could do there. But without a doubt, as an experienced reader of novels, he had a very good idea of what qi deviation was. How scary, how scary. One could go crazy at any moment, ascend to the sky at any moment, and explode on the spot at any moment. Oh right. Did anyone in the Wen family experience qi deviation while cultivating the painting scroll? Chen Guang asked the two as he accelerated the helicopter. The two seemed a little awkward. The one who was more talkative just now scratched his head and said, Young master, the two of us are actually just peripheral members of the family. We don't even have the right to go home, unless there's an important matter in the family. Something like qi deviation should be a top secret of the family. The two of us really have no way of knowing. Chen Guang rolled his eyes and thought to himself, what a bunch of trash. What's the use of you two? You might as well go home and plant sweet potatoes. But from what we know, there has never been anyone in the family who experienced qi deviation from cultivating the painting scroll. Rumor has it that the painting scroll is different from ordinary cultivation techniques. It focuses more on internal cultivation. In the past, those who achieved great success in cultivating the painting scroll were all highly respected and talented elders in the family. They had a tough heart and advanced step by step. That's right. But compared to the elders and seniors in the past, our sect master's progress is indeed a little too fast. Unfortunately, we are all servants and have no right to see the painting scroll. We don't know the reason behind it, so we can only worry. Chen Guang shook his head. Forget it, it's fine. I'll go over and see what's going on. Maybe I can do something about it. About an hour later, the helicopter flew straight into a hill. According to Chen Guang's memory, this should be about 200 kilometers west of Beijing. A small county was located in the middle of the mountains. He did not know the name of this place. Son-in-law, we're almost there. After flying west for another 10 minutes or so, we'll reach a primeval forest. After flying past the primeval forest, there'll be a place. That place is called... What was it called again? According to modern scientists, that should be called a magnetic interference zone. When we get there, we have to land in advance and walk inside. When that time comes, you must follow us closely. The mountain is covered in fog all year round. If we get lost, I'm afraid things will become very troublesome. Don't worry about it. You two just need to run as fast as you can. I'll definitely be able to keep up. By the way, what's the name of this county? Chen Guang asked as he flew the plane. Son-in-law, this is Lingqiu County. Lingqiu? That's a good name. Chen Guang answered. Even in the night, he could vaguely see the mountains below. The trees on the mountains were lush and lush. When the late summer wind blew, the trees swayed. Coupled with the name of Lingqiu County, it really gave people a feeling of spiritual energy. The three of them parked the helicopter in a courtyard dam at the foot of the mountain. The gatekeeper of the courtyard dam came out. He was also a master of unique skills. He was no weaker than the martial artist of muscle strength that Chen Guang had dealt with outside Xishan town of Yanjing. A servant in black who accompanied him said, "Well, son-in-law, why don't you let us carry you? If we rush up the mountain from here, it will take at least half an hour. We're afraid." However, Chen Guang shook his legs and said, "Okay, don't talk nonsense. I can keep up." These two people's cultivation was only at bone strength, which was not as good as the two people who chased Chen Guang last time. With his unique skill Wind God's legs, how could he not keep up? Okay. Since son-in-law has said so, let's go. Son-in-law, you have to keep up. The two only thought that Chen Guang was shy. A man didn't like being carried on someone's back, so he had to put up a strong front. Although they were a little unhappy and afraid that their lord's situation would change again, they couldn't force Chen Guang to let them carry him. They just planned to deliberately run faster, so that he couldn't keep up. Then he would naturally know how powerful they were. The three of them immediately rushed into the mountain. Although they didn't say that they deliberately made things difficult for Chen Guang, they ran extremely fast and didn't hold back at all. 5 minutes later, the two found that the situation was not right. They had already tried their best, but Chen Guang really did as he said. He followed closely behind them and didn't fall behind at all. The two looked at each other and were confused. It didn't make sense. Everyone in the Wen family knew that although son-in-law was called a genius, he was just an ordinary person. Even with the help of the Lord, it was impossible for him to master inner strength. When they met before, the two also observed Chen Guang. Although he looked stronger than ordinary people, his dantian was empty. There was indeed no inner strength. The two of them were not ordinary inner strength martial artists, but bone strength masters. Perhaps son-in-law was gritting his teeth and holding on? The two quietly looked back and then stared at him. They almost didn't want to say anything. This master's face was not red, and he didn't even pant. His steps were even more stable than the two of them. 10 minutes later, the two who didn't believe it turned back again. It was the same as before. This master was still steadily following them. Did he mean that he only used his physical strength to completely keep up with the two of them? This was ridiculous. I say, can you two hurry up? I'm very anxious. Well, he actually rushed them. That son-in-law. We've already done our best. Chen Guang curled his lips and complained in his heart. No wonder the two of you can only be peripheral members. Your lord is about to explode on the spot. Why aren't you guys using the 10,000 miles blood escape technique? And you're telling me that you've done your best? Actually, he really couldn't be blamed for being so heartless. It was as if he could vaguely feel that Wenwen's situation wasn't right. He also couldn't tell where this feeling came from. Telepathy and whatnot had no scientific basis. But he just happened to know. Alright, anyway, there were already quite a number of unscientific supernatural incidents happening to him. One more wouldn't make a difference. One less wouldn't make a difference. There was no need to worry about these. As he ran behind the two in front, he touched the satchel at his waist. Inside it was the heavenly Holy Grail. It seemed that this feeling of unease was coming from the Holy Grail? That's strange. Why would one have any connection with the heavenly Holy Grail? At this moment, a few kilometers away, in the depths of a huge courtyard built on a steep cliff, Wenwen was sitting cross-legged in the middle of a courtyard house. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her brows were slightly furrowed. Waves of terrifying pain surged from her abdomen like a tidal wave, attacking her brain continuously. Bean-sized droplets of sweat continuously emerged from her temples and slid down her face, dripping onto the ground. Her face revealed a struggling expression from time to time. as if she was enduring unbearable pain, with extreme difficulty. The pain in her abdomen was caused by the 7-star chain that had been residing in her dantian for a long time. Since the beginning, for some unknown reason, the 7-star chain had started to tremble violently without any warning. It was completely out of her control and rampaged about in her dantian, as if it was being summoned by something from afar, as if it wanted to rush out of her dantian. How could this be? Wenwen immediately sat cross-legged and began to meditate. She circulated her qi in an attempt to suppress this strange 7-star chain. Unfortunately, the more she tried to suppress it, the more violent the backlash and impact became. Even more frightening was that as time passed, the 7-star chain's impact on her abdomen became even more violent. It was the same situation as when Chen Guang had gotten close to her. Her mind was completely uncontrollably filled with all kinds of charming and gentle illusions. Over and over again, it was a certain night when she had knocked Chen Guang unconscious and straddled him with her legs. In the past, she had been unable to resist this kind of illusion. Now that it was so violent, it was even more difficult to resist. Thus, when she had temporarily lost control, she had opened her mouth and shouted Chen Guang's name. But now, with the help of the 7-star chain, she had advanced extremely far in the one-zone realm. Her cultivation was profound, and although she had lost control for a moment, she could rely on her astonishing willpower and powerful cultivation to temporarily control her state of mind. But in the end, this was only treating the symptoms and not the root cause. The 7-star chain in her dantian never stopped trembling. The charming and gentle scenes that caused her face to flush, her heart to race, and her mind to lose control became even more intense. She couldn't control it at all. This thought seemed to come from the depths of her soul and was engraved into her instincts. I'm not going to die here, right? Could it be that I've really gone berserk? This is probably retribution. I should have realized that a normal painting scroll wouldn't be able to advance so quickly. I should have paid attention to the 7-star chain in my dantian and not blindly immerse myself in the rapid advancement they brought. After a brief moment of clarity, Wenwen slowly opened her eyes, and the expression on her face relaxed a little. But not long after, her entire body shook violently again. With her as the center, a terrifying force of qi swept out in all directions. This time, even the limestone walls of the small courtyard collapsed. Go! All of you, get away from me! Wenwen's eyes widened in anger, and her long hair moved without any wind. The other members of the Wen clan, who were secretly hiding nearby, quickly turned around and ran into the distance. Earlier, someone had tried to sneak up on her, but a force of qi had leaked out and struck him in the chest. 5 of his ribs were broken, and his dantian was almost shattered. The current Wenwen was too terrifying. After waiting for everyone to leave, Wenwen's entire body was weak. She leaned sideways and supported herself on the ground. She moaned softly, and sweat dripped down more and more fiercely. She tried to clamp her legs together, but there was already a tidal wave between her legs, and she couldn't stop it at all. Her consciousness began to blur again. Chen Guang, where are you? After about a minute, she finally sat up straight again, but she knew that she didn't have much time left. Every time she forcefully suppressed this kind of impact, the next time it came would be even more violent. The longer she lost consciousness, the more intense the tearing pain from her dantian would be. She really didn't know how long she could hold on. Perhaps she would lose her intelligence and become a madman? It was also possible that it would explode like an inflated balloon. Taking advantage of this brief moment of clarity, she gathered her inner qi in her palm and raised it high. She hesitated, wondering if she should strike her own head with her palm and simply die, putting an end to all her troubles. But in the end, she couldn't make up her mind. She still had a lot of things to do, and she couldn't die now. On the other side, Chen Guang also noticed that the fluctuation coming from Wenwen's side was getting more and more intense. Finally, he couldn't stand the slow speed of the 2 guys in front of him. Do you have a map? I'm asking you if you have a map. You're too slow. Yes. 30 seconds later, Chen Guang took a map printed on silk and fiercely threw himself into the depths of the forest. The searchlight on his head flickered. After a few ups and downs, he completely left the two bone strength martial artists behind. Chapter 757. However, the two of them felt weak. They were completely exhausted. Well, what the hell? Are the son-in-law's legs made of oil? It doesn't make sense. Don't ask me, I don't know either. If he didn't have something special, how could he be the son-in-law? That's right. As Chen Guang traversed through the forest, he called out to Liuli in his heart. But it was a pity that after he squeezed her dry on the plain, she had really given up this time. There was no one in Yunqing at all. Lu Ming. Where's Sister Liuli? The deer cry fruit shook its big fruit. Guess my ass. Be serious, it's urgent and crucial. Lu Ming was unhappy. Boy, be more respectful to me. I'm a god emperor, at the same level as your sister Liuli. Your disparity in treatment makes me very unhappy, okay? Besides, you should give up. This time Sister Liuli really can't help you. She's had enough of you. Do you see the pile of leaves on top of my head? She wanted me to put her inside so that you wouldn't see her. And your heart wouldn't be disturbed, okay? I know what you're anxious about. Anyway, you're not the one who wants to die. Sister Liuli and I don't care, okay? As if to emphasize her tone, she actually learned Mandarin and English on the spot. Don't be like this. That's not good, right? There's nothing bad about it. Go away, you greedy little boy, don't bother me. Lu Ming said, and then there was no more movement. Chen Guang moved a little closer, found the depression that he had touched last time, and touched it. Can I have some more Shenlu oil? Bang. No, you're good. Chen Guang gave the Lu Ming fruit this leaf directly out of Yunqing. Alas, he really couldn't count on them. Gritting his teeth, Chen Guang could only continue charging forth. In any case, he would deal with whatever came his way after reaching his destination. In front of him was a long iron chain bridge, stretching from the bottom to the top. The feeling of uneasiness in his heart became more and more intense, and his calves turned faster and faster. Wen, don't panic. I'm coming. I'll save you. 5 minutes later, he finally stood under a tall memorial arch panting. Looking up, he saw 3 bold and forceful characters that looked like they had been chiseled by a knife. Wenzonga Pavilion. This was the Wen family's headquarters. The headquarters was built in the mountains, on the side of a cliff, and there was a natural magnetic barrier. In addition, it was shrouded in fog all year round, and the outside was filled with ferocious beasts, wolves, and venomous snakes. It was no wonder that no one could find it. Chen Guang raised his head and looked inside. He seemed to sense that Wen was about 500 meters away from him. He took large strides, passed through the memorial arch, and stepped onto the steps. Suddenly his entire body shook. It was just a step away, but he was actually so cold that his entire body shivered. This Wenzonga Pavilion was truly strange. It was as if there was a natural invisible barrier. Just one step would cause the temperature to rise by at least 5 degrees. However, he didn't have much time to be puzzled, because as he took this step, many people rushed out from the forest beside him. Who? To dare barge into the Wen family at night, you're courting death. Ah, son-in-law. Quick, report to the elders. Son-in-law is here. Son-in-law, quick. Follow us. Son-in-law, you're too slow. We'll carry you. Chen Guang was facing the sky. 2 Pai Jing experts lifted him by his legs and his back. They lifted him above his head and carried him forward. A chilly wind blew from the top of his head. Chen Guang, who had a blank expression on his face, had a vague feeling. He remembered the ancient palace dramas he had watched. When the imperial concubines were about to be favored by the emperor, they would be washed white, then wrapped in wool satin, and carried by eunuchs across half the palace to the emperor's bedchamber. You guys! Son-in-law, don't speak. Conserve energy. Wait. What's with conserve energy? I can't wait. 3rd aunt and 7th aunt are here. I'll leave him to you. In the next moment, 2 more people carried Chen Guang. They were the 2 older aunties, but their strength was also at the peak of Pai Jing. The poor Master Guang didn't have any strength to resist at all. Wait. Don't take off my clothes. I can't wait. At least leave me with my bag. The things in it are very important to me. 10 seconds later, Chen Guang awkwardly wrapped the bag around his waist to cover his embarrassment. Oh no, I'm naked. I'm not wearing anything. No, I still have a bag to cover me a little. Could it be that Wenwen didn't simply go berserk? Chen Guang recalled a scene. Once he got close to Wenwen, she would clamp her legs together and lose control. It was clearly a sign that she had lost control of her emotions. Could it be that I'm personally piloting an armed helicopter to deliver a gun from 1,000 miles away? Oh my, why am I so professional? I'm so high-end. And third aunt, can you close my legs a little more? A little shameful. Although these two aunties looked very old, their walking speed was no joke. When the cold wind blew, their little buttocks felt cold. However, what was even more impressive was the way they grabbed onto Chen Guang's clothes. They didn't put him down at all. Instead, they held him up high and pulled on his clothes with their palms. The high-quality high-end goods that were worth hundreds of dollars each were no different from a layer of paper in the hands of these two experts at the peak of hygiene. With a crack, they tore his clothes into pieces. The two of them didn't raise their heads throughout the whole process, nor did they look at Chen Guang. Other than grabbing his legs and supporting his back, they didn't touch any other parts of Chen Guang's body. They were as sharp as a butcher dismembering an ox. The further he went, the closer he got to Wenwen. Chen Guang felt a strong sense of calling from Wenwen. He started to feel lost. He didn't know whether he was excited or the heavenly Holy Grail. No, to be more precise, he was brought along by the heavenly Holy Grail to the point where he couldn't control himself. Son-in-law, if we go any further, we won't be able to get close. You'll have to rely on yourself from now on. You must save Lord Sect Leader. Seventh aunt, who was holding on to Chen Guang's back, suddenly said. Third aunt, who was behind him, also said, Son-in-law, please bear with it. We'll throw you over now. It's all up to you. Chen Guang bent his head back slightly. From afar, he saw Wenwen sitting cross-legged behind the rubble formed by the collapsed wall. Unfortunately, the distance was too far and the lighting was too poor. He could only vaguely see her figure. The terrain in front seemed to be lower. The One clan's most secretive sect leader's residence was built at the lowest point of the One Zonga Pavilion by the cliff. To be honest, there's still 100 meters from here. You can consider putting me down and letting me walk over on my own. It'll be safer this way. His whole body flew in the air, spinning and flying forward like a cannonball. Chen Guang actually wanted to scold them, but these two were his elders. He really couldn't bring himself to scold them. They must have a screw loose in their brains. Can't they just let me walk on my own? Although you'll need to throw me faster, I'm already here. Is there a need to fight for such a little bit of time? There's no need, right? Forget it. I'm a man. I'm already flying in the air anyway. This isn't a problem for me. This parabola looked a little scary. But with the time spent in the air, with the old man's balance, he would be able to adjust his posture. When the time came, his feet would land steadily. With the strength of eeless legs, and an appropriate lazy donkey roll multiplied by 3.5, he would be able to complete a 3.5-turn dog-crawling landing. He was getting closer and closer to the ground. He was also getting closer and closer to Wenwen, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Come on. It's time to show the strongest floor exercise that has been lost in the pugilistic world for a long time. Chen Guang's gaze focused and his muscles tightened. He was unprecedentedly nervous. Pull your heads back. Squat down. Everyone squat down. All disciples of the Wen family, listen up. Anyone who dares to peep on the Lord and the son-in-law will be executed immediately. If you don't want to live, stretch out your neck. Otherwise, you'll squat down obediently for me. Second great uncle, please squat down too. The Lord is now in the One Zone realm. She has an extraordinary temperament. If she wants to kill you, we won't be able to protect you. On the other side, at least 300 meters away, dozens of Wen family women and female elders were patrolling around vigilantly. Other than the stubborn second great uncle, no one dared to stretch out their necks. However, after being warned once, the second great uncle immediately shrank his neck back. Although it was a pitch-black night, and they were 300 meters away. Even a Pi-Gene expert wouldn't be able to see anything. However, this was a serious matter. The thousands of people in the Wenzhong pavilion were all on standby. No one dared to be careless. Just as one of the old women with the staff said, those with bad intentions would be executed immediately. Chen Guang didn't know what was happening behind him. He was still trying his best to adjust his posture in the air. After a great deal of effort, he finally put his legs in front of him. Although the wind blowing from his empty legs was exceptionally cold, as long as his feet touched the ground first, what did the cold wind matter? Suddenly, a scream came from the ground below. Chen Guang! It was Wenwen's voice, but her tone was extremely strange. It was sharp, ear-piercing, and carried a strong sense of hysteria. It was completely different from the confident, calm, and extremely manly Miss Wen in Chen Guang's memory. Chen Guang looked over again. Where was she? Wasn't she there just now? Where did she run off to? Don't run. Catch me. What nonsense about turning 3.5 times on the ground was complete nonsense. If I fall like this, I'll be meat paste, okay? Just as he was thinking about this, his whole body suddenly trembled. A warm embrace. Wait, okay, I'm a real man. Wenwen's embrace is not warm at all. It's just that my landing posture is not right, and I need a little help from her. In short, he was successfully caught by Wenwen in the air. Obviously, third aunt and seventh aunt threw him over like a discus because they were sure that Wenwen would catch him. Being carried by Wenwen in the air, Chen Guang turned his head and widened his eyes. He saw Wenwen's blushing face. Even if it was night time, her face was flickering with a pink radiance. At such a close distance, Chen Guang could see her face clearly. Her eyes were very blurred, as if she wanted to eat someone. Are you okay? Wenwen didn't speak. Instead, she suddenly twisted his body, lifted her legs and straddled him like a horse. Wait, we're still in the air. We're still landing. They're still about 10 meters below us. It was useless. It was useless no matter what he said. Under the impact of the 7 stars, Wenwen, who had already endured to the extreme, and was about to self-destruct in the next moment, had completely lost her mind. Just like Harry Potter riding on the magic broom, she pressed her palm on the magic broom's lower abdomen and injected her inner strength. The magic broom was like a withered tree coming back to life, and a branch emerged from the middle. The sect master's eyes flashed with red light. She spread her legs and released her inner strength. The martial arts pants under her robe were torn apart, and then she rode on the magic broom fiercely. At this moment, there was only one thought in old Master Guang's mind. The old man was so far away. There was no one else. The old man was pushed down again, in the air. He was going to fall. Oh my God! Chapter 758. Chen Guang sensed the rapidly descending height, and knew that the ground behind him was getting closer and closer, without looking back. I'm pushed back every day, and I can't stop or block it. My posture is getting more and more advanced, and my methods are getting wilder and wilder. Don't tell me I'm going to outer space next time? It's like this every time. To be honest, it's actually quite the feeling. Can I really be normal for once? The old man is a 7-foot man, and a reputable figure after all. It's actually quite awkward for him to be like this all the time. Forget it. After all, I'm handsome and I can't stop my charm. I'm always pushed back. It's all my fault. It's the world's fault. But there's a problem. We're about to land soon. If we keep hitting the ground like this, won't we die? Wenwen, hurry up and wake up. Although my pile driver is cheering, I'm very flustered. However, this docking position was undoubtedly unprecedented. As a veteran pilot, Lord Guang had given the duo a new name for their current position: refueling in the air technique. That's right, the old man is a cute air refueling machine. That was why human potential was so terrifying, and the speed of thinking was so fast. Falling from a height of more than 10 meters, in just a few seconds, his mind was experiencing a different feeling, and at the same time, he was thinking of so many random thoughts. He really can't be blamed for not being focused. No matter who it was, they probably wouldn't be able to calm down if they encountered such a unique situation. All of this took a long time to describe, but it actually only took 2 to 3 seconds from the magic broom sprouting to the two of them landing on the ground. However, Chen Guang's back did not immediately slam into the ground. In that instant when he landed on the ground, Wenwen seemed to have regained some of her rationality. She suddenly clamped her legs together, bent her knees, and supported Chen Guang's waist with her legs. She arched her body slightly and reached out with both hands to grab onto Chen Guang's shoulders. Then again, if Chen Guang only managed to support himself in this manner, he would only end up with his neck broken from the impact of the fall. Although he had trained many parts of his body far beyond the limits of a normal person, he had never trained his waist, abdomen, and neck. His spine was only slightly stronger than a normal person's, so it was impossible for him to withstand the impact when he landed on the ground. But at this point, he couldn't break free from Wenwen's control. He could only focus all his strength on his neck and waist, praying that he could withstand the impact. His abdomen and head were still falling under the violent pulling force, but his waist and shoulders, which were stuck by Wenwen, were stabilized. The strong force hit him, making him think that his body was going to be torn apart. I didn't expect that after I became the first man to have sex in freefall, I would immediately become the first man to die in freefall. I became number 1 in 2 worlds at once. How embarrassing. That being said, he really didn't expect that he hadn't seen Wenwen for a long time. The last time he did something with her, he was unconscious and didn't know what happened. When he asked her afterward, she wouldn't admit it even if he beat her to death. Now you can't deny it, right? If I can live, let's see if you still dare to be arrogant in front of me in the future. Dying under a peony flower. Becoming a ghost is also a romantic. My life is worth it. His neck was getting longer and longer, and his spine seemed to be really about to break. Okay, actually I don't really want to die. I say, Wenwen, quickly wake up, or else I'm really going to explode. His prayer didn't work. Wenwen bent down and squatted in a very non-standard posture. Her feet were firmly planted on the ground, and she was as stable as Mount Tai, but her mouth was letting out a desperate moan. At other times, this moan would definitely make Chen Guang blush and his heart beat faster. But now, I'm done for. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. She didn't show any signs of waking up at all, completely immersed in it. Wake up a little, and give me a way to live. I'm not a one-time consumable. Can I continue to develop? Forget it, I'm finished. I admit defeat. When a person is about to die, his brain also works fast. From the moment Wenwen's feet were planted on the ground, Chen Guang erupted with the power of lightning, and like a machine gun, he crazily complained in his heart. In just a few tenths of a second, his complaints actually added up to almost a 20-minute episode of Kill Memories. In the distance, the old woman with a cane who was quietly sizing up this side kept staring at them. Wenwen was wearing a martial arts robe, so there was no risk of her being exposed. Even if the old woman knew that these two people had successfully connected, she still couldn't see anything clearly. In the old woman's eyes, from the moment Wenwen caught Chen Guang, turned over and got on the horse, and then fell to the ground like a meteorite, it happened in an instant. There was a loud noise, smoke and dust everywhere, and gravel cracked and scattered in all directions. When the smoke and dust slowly dissipated, both Wenwen and Chen Guang had disappeared into thin air, leaving only a big pit. On the other side, Chen Guang, who originally thought that he would definitely be torn apart, suddenly felt that the force pulling him down was lighter, and the two people who had clearly fallen to the ground continued to fall. No way. So fierce? The ground cracked. Did it have to be so earth-shaking? Wasn't this power a little too fierce? No. The bottom of the ground was originally empty. Just as he thought, after Wenwen's feet landed on the ground, it was unknown if it was because the force of the fall was too heavy, or if Wenwen had deliberately released her inner force through her feet. But cracks appeared on the ground where her feet were standing like a spider web, spreading out in all directions. Then, the cracks suddenly exploded, and the two of them fell down at the same time. The force pulling Chen Guang's body immediately loosened. I don't have to die. I really don't have to die this time. It was truly a glimmer of hope at the darkest hour. Chen Guang's body slowed down, and he managed to hold on. It was really dangerous just now. If this had continued for a few tenths of a second, his spine would have been torn apart, and his neck would have been completely broken. No matter what was down there, it could not possibly be a mountain of blades or a sea of flames, right? Besides, there was one. He would not die. Chen Guang, who had escaped death, was overjoyed. As he fell, he looked at the gravel flying past his head. He did not know if the gravel was flying upwards, or if his falling speed was faster. Forget it, that was not important. What was important was that the old man was now under the peony flower. He did not have to die. At that moment, he finally had the mood to carefully analyze the inner force expert who had been tempered 1,000 times. Perhaps she was also the strongest heroine in the entire pugilistic world. That tender cough. In short, it was perfect. There was no excess fat, impeccable tight, very good wrapping cough. To sum it up in one word, awesome. In short, to be able to have something happen between him and one in a sober state was really too happy. The so-called winner in life was just like that. You can't lie to me anymore. Don't even think about saying that there is no relationship between us. I will let you have a taste of the power of the old man pile driver. Wahahaha. Eat my piercing cloud spear. Chen Guang used a little bit of strength and tried to push his waist up a little bit. His whole body was independent from top to bottom. When his waist went up, his head unconsciously leaned back a little. So sometimes people really should not be too complacent. The phrase extreme joy turns to sorrow was really not a joke. If he had obediently bent his neck and straightened it, perhaps nothing would have happened. But when he bent his neck back, it immediately exploded. Bang! The back of his head was hit by a rock the size of a watermelon. His head buzzed as if someone had hit it with a hammer. So dizzy. Am I going to faint just like this? No. Persevere. Persevere is victory. Chen Guang's eyes were wide open. He clenched his teeth tightly and clenched his fists tightly. I can't faint, I absolutely can't faint. After a few seconds, the dizziness finally subsided. Chen Guang let out a long breath. He withstood it. Thank God. Bang. Again. Bang bang bang. My Miss One, can you help me block some stones? You don't have the mood like this. Finally, his head tilted and he directly fainted. He didn't even know whether he had changed into a Buddha's head or not. With a plop, the two of them fell into a pool of water. This was the secret of the One family. The pool hidden under the patriarch's residence was called the Hooking Jade Pool. There was a spring hidden in it. Not only was it as warm as summer all year round, but the spring water in the Hooking Jade Pool was also full of elements, which could help martial artists cultivate their breath. Of course, in the past, it was said to be a spiritual spring, which contained spiritual energy. However, as early as 10 years ago, the One family had secretly taken the water from the Hooking Jade Pool for testing. It was confirmed that this was a rare mineral water that was rich in mineral elements. It was non-toxic and harmless, and was beneficial to the human body. There was no such thing as an incredible spiritual energy. After falling into the water, Wenwen still hadn't recovered her senses. She could only rely on her instincts to float on the water with Chen Guang. Not only that, she used her inner strength to completely shatter the martial attire she was wearing. Chen Guang's bag was also violently torn off by her and thrown to the side of the pool. From then on, the two naked people tangled with each other in the underground pond. Not only did they not separate, they became even tighter and tighter. Normally, Chen Guang's combat power index was extremely terrifying. He was the most powerful pile driver in history, which made people fear him. After fainting, his senses were greatly weakened. With the nourishment of the Hooking Jade Pool, his combat power increased even more. If Wenwen was still conscious, she would definitely remember the fear of being dominated. But now, she only had her instincts and was fearless. The rocks near the Hooking Jade Pool glowed faintly with a faint green fluorescence, illuminating the pool. The sound of water splashing could be heard everywhere. The huge Hooking Jade Pool seemed to be boiling. It was obvious how fierce the fight between the two was. The One family watched from afar. Only the old woman with a cane and a few other women dared to gather their courage and go a little closer. They could vaguely hear the sound of water that didn't stop. They finally felt at ease. About half an hour later, Chen Guang slowly woke up. After organizing his thoughts briefly, he understood his current situation. He made up his mind and simply turned the tables. He didn't know the principle behind Wenwen's qi deviation, but his current situation reminded him of a movie he had seen. Yes, it was the scene in Stephen Chow's version of The Deer and the Cauldron, when Wei Xiaobao and the Holy Maiden of the Divine Dragon Order fought to the end. In short, settle the qi deviation, and that was it. Come on, let's fight to our heart's content. Chapter 759. Eat my charge drill. Shameless, how dare you use your inner force to suck me? I won't let you succeed. The pile driver will never be a slave. So strong suction. Is this the legendary Rasengan? It doesn't matter, I'm serious. I'm going to increase the gear. Second gear pile driver. Don't pinch so hard, you cheater. My stomach hurts. Third gear pile driver will teach you how to be a man. The battle between the two became more and more intense. It was dark. The sun and the moon lost their light. Well, it was nighttime now. Time flew, and another hour or so had passed. Unknowingly, the 7 stars in Wenwen's body that were originally crazily agitated slowly calmed down. The impact it brought also gradually subsided. After all, the charming scene that appeared in her mind before had now become a more intuitive reality. She was busy with the real battle. How could she have the time to care about what was in her mind? Aside from that, when Chen Guang and Wenwen got close to each other, the 7 stars of the mysterious Big Dipper became more active at the start. But as time passed, the power of the transcendent Holy Grail that bound Chen Guang's body slowly spread out, enveloping Wenwen as well. The 7 stars of the mysterious Big Dipper seemed to have met its natural enemy and gradually calmed down. The feeling of her mind being devoured gradually dissipated from Wenwen's mind. She gradually woke up. However, Chen Guang had no idea about it. He was still gritting his teeth as he struggled and muttered, "Hold on. I must hold on. I won't wake up. The tower won't fall. I won't retreat. Oh ma, my waist is a little sore. Why is it not over yet? Why, I can't accept this. It's an unfair victory. I have a body full of martial arts, but my waist is so tired." That's right, although he had the strongest pile driver in history, his waist was still sloppy. He could only blame himself for working too hard. He wanted Wenwen to wake up quickly. He had to take the initiative to attack. His waist was really tired. In the end, after attacking for a full hour and a half, the enemy's firepower was still overwhelming. Although our vanguard general was also fierce, the logistics troops were going on strike. Now that he was talking about this, it wasn't because he wanted to do something, but because he was cheering himself on. But even so, he still persevered, and did not give up until the very last moment. Now that she is suffering from qi deviation, and is in a dangerous situation, how can I not give my all until my last breath? This was the responsibility of a man. To save the common people as his own responsibility, he would not give up until he saw the Yellow River, and he would not shed a tear until he reached the Yellow Springs. The old man was that strong. No, let me take a breather first. I'll lie down and don't move. Let her fend for herself. If this goes on, my kidney is going to break. At this time, Chen Guang did not notice that the misty expression on Wenwen's face was gradually fading, and the faint pink glow on her face was also gradually dimming. Half of her body floated in the hooked jade pool. Although she wasn't wearing anything, she felt warm and didn't feel cold at all. Wenwen slowly opened her eyes and looked at Chen Guang in front of her. In an instant, she understood what kind of situation the two of them were in. If it was any other woman, she would probably exclaim, scream, and be hysterical. At the very least, she would cover her mouth and let out a cry, then quickly push him away. But Wenwen didn't do that. She used about 20 seconds to carefully recall what had happened today. That's right. Around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, she, who was arranging the documents, suddenly felt uncomfortable. Then, she lost control of the 7 stars in her abdomen, and after that, Her memory was only left with intermittent fragments of lucidity. The speed at which she returned to the chaos was too fast, and the time when she was awake was too short. She only knew that the 7 stars in her dantian, which had benefited her greatly, had completely lost control. Then, she vaguely remembered that when Chen Guang was close to her, he seemed to have a similar feeling. But this time, he was clearly not by her side. Wenwen vaguely remembered that when she seemed to be at her wit's end, she seemed to have mentioned the name Chen Guang to the other people in the family. But after that, how many times she said it, and how long she waited, she had no memory at all. She only remembered that at a certain point in time, she seemed to have completely lost all her memories and thinking ability. Her dantian was boiling like a volcano, and it was difficult to control. What she did next, she had almost no memory. She vaguely remembered that she caught Chen Guang in the air, and then the two of them began to refuel in the air. Although she clearly knew that this had happened just now, in her memory, it was as far back as 10 years ago. It could be seen how chaotic her mind was just now, to produce this sense of dislocation in time. Then the question is, what should I do now? Perhaps it was driven by instinct, or maybe it was the pull of inertia. Although Wenwen had already woken up, she did not stop taking the initiative to attack. But when she thought of what to do, she finally stopped. Chen Guang sensed that the situation was not right, and opened his eyes to look at her. With the light from the fluorescent stone, he saw that she was also staring straight at him with a pair of beautiful eyes. Her face was no longer as perplexed as before, but instead revealed a trace of distress and entanglement. "You're awake?" Chen Guang was overjoyed and asked. "No, you've already spoken, and you still say that you're not awake." Chen Guang deliberately twisted his waist left and right. Hee hee. I heard that there's nothing going on between us? Hee. Wenwen felt strange. The power of this guy's pile driver was really terrifying. The blush on her face that had not dissipated became even more intense, and her pretty face was even hotter, as if it was more dizzy than when she lost her mind earlier. Perhaps it was due to the internal energy being stimulated. Her whole body began to faintly emit a pink shimmer. Under the illumination of the green fluorescent stone, her whole body was suffused with a purple glow. Don't move. Aren't you acting shamelessly? There's really nothing going on between us. This is an illusion. Yes, you've been hypnotized by me using my internal energy. So what you're seeing, hearing, and feeling now are all illusions. Even if she was a goddess, she would also act shamelessly. It wasn't that Wenwen didn't have the ability to lie with her eyes open. It was just that she didn't bother to use it in the past. At this moment in this special situation, she could also act shamelessly. Chen Guang's eyes widened. The old man had traveled in the pugilistic world for hundreds of years, and he had seen many shameless people. But he had never seen someone as shameless as you. Hallucination, my ass. In fact, Wenwen herself also felt that her words were quite unconvincing, but she really didn't know how to face the current situation. She was more worried about the situation inside her dantian. Although that strange 7 stars no longer randomly attacked and returned to its previous position, it was a little different from the normal situation. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but Wenwen actually felt that the 7 stars in her dantian were slightly trembling, and the frequency was the same as a human's heartbeat. She placed her hand on Chen Guang's chest, and was even more surprised to find that the frequency of the 7 stars trembling was actually the same as Chen Guang's heartbeat. Why is this? It's so strange. Could it be that my internal energy has some kind of mysterious connection with him? I say, can we stop just touching? Why don't you move? It's really not that I'm slacking off, but you don't know how hard I tried to wake you up just now. My waist almost broke. All right, don't be in a daze. The rice has already been cooked. Please be a little more conscious, understand my hard work, and take the initiative. Thank you. Chen Guang's heart was uncomfortable. He originally thought that he could only save her after she ascended to the sky, and at that time, he should be in position. Now, you woke up early, but I'm still hanging in the air. It's really worse than death. Unexpectedly, Wenwen suddenly pulled away and completely separated from Chen Guang. If there was a sound when a heart broke, Chen Guang's ears would definitely be ringing. Hey, this isn't appropriate. But his fist is bigger, so he has the final say. Forget it, let me die here. Living is really not fun at all. However, Wenwen ignored his tricks and simply lifted Chen Guang. With a little strength, her whole body floated up from under the water. Then, she stepped on the water surface and quickly pulled him to the shore of the hooked jade pool. After putting Wenwen down, Chen Guang sat on the ground again with his back aching and his whole body weak. He simply lay down flat on his back. Wenwen secretly glanced at the space between his legs and blushed again. However, she immediately reacted. Alright, don't blush. Both of them were not wearing it. Just now it was a negative distance situation. You take a good rest first. I have to meditate and look inside. Although practicing martial arts can constantly increase my strength, it is also full of danger. The situation we encountered today is unprecedented. I have to be vigilant. Wenwen saw that his face was full of disappointment. She found it funny and felt guilty at the same time, so she explained. Alright. I know you are a martial arts expert. Maybe one day when you are strong enough, you can break through the void like Lang Fanyan, an evil master Pang Ban. Stop talking nonsense. I'm meditating. Oh right, you are an illusion now. Chen Guang rolled his eyes. Yes, I know. This is really a night of wind and rain, but the spring dream is gone without a trace. My little heart really hurts from time to time. Alright. Wait for me to finish my work. At most, we will talk about it. Wenwen was really soft-hearted and gave Chen Guang another sweet taste. Actually, Chen Guang's waist was a little tired. Although it did not break when he fell from the sky, there were some hidden injuries. After entering the water, he did not think about recuperating. He only wanted to fight 300 rounds with Miss Wen and kill her Qigong deviation. In the end, both of them were in good condition. Before he could kill the horse, his waist was about to break. It was time for a rest. But on the other side, Wenwen soon realized that something was wrong. Just now when the two of them separated, the 7 stars in her dantian that had settled down suddenly showed signs of going out of control. She thought it was a coincidence. But now, not only did this meditation not help, the 7 stars that were acting strangely came back to life and became more and more intense. Not only that, the inner strength was also rushing everywhere in her body like a raging river. After a while, her breathing quickened again. I say, are we still dreaming? Is this still an illusion? Why don't you try to hypnotize me again? Why don't you try to deny it? Looking at Miss Wen, who ran over again, Chen Guang had a smug smile on his face. There was no other way. Her charm was just so great. See, you can't resist it at all. Your waist is not good. Don't move. I'll move. This time, both of them were awake. Suppressed moans reverberated above the jade hook pond. The 7 stars that were acting strangely finally settled down again. As the impact in the depths of Miss Wen's mind grew higher and higher, it got closer and closer. Finally, she almost couldn't suppress her voice anymore and almost screamed. As expected of the powerful sect leader one, she actually clenched her fists and burst forth with inner strength, forcefully using inner strength to replace the howl that almost tore her throat. The terrifying inner strength swept over the hooked jade pond, bringing with it a violent wave. The storm rose again, and even the nearby hanging or standing fluorescent stones that were like stalactites were smashed apart. A stalactite as thick as a thigh fell vertically above the two of them. In a low moan, Chen Guang, who was at the peak of his happiness, saw the stalactite behind Wenwen in a daze. He opened his mouth and was about to cry out in surprise. But 2 streams of energy that could be seen with the naked eye surged out from her shoulders. They spiraled upwards and actually smashed the stone pillar into powder on the spot. Specks of green fluorescence instantly filled the sky, causing the underground karst cave, where the jade hook pool was located, to instantly brighten up. It was a beautiful sight. Wenwen let out a long sigh of relief in her heart. That strange 7 stars had finally disappeared. That's not right. Strictly speaking, it hadn't disappeared. Instead, during the process of the two fighting, just now, the 7 stars had continuously gathered together. Finally, when she ascended to the clouds, the 7 stars had merged into one. Chapter 760. Chen Guang laid on the side and really didn't want to say a single word, although he basically laid flat on the floor and pretended to be dead for the latter half of the battle. But just by watching her sit there and move up and down. Cough cough. Anyway, this matter can't be recalled too much. It can only be understood and not explained. Just watching was already tiring enough. Not to mention that Sovereign didn't control his strength well at times. Anyway, his waist was still quite sore, and his little, but was also bruised from hitting the rocks on the shore of the Jade Hook Pond. It's not that my army isn't strong enough. It's all because the enemy is too valiant. Luckily, the old man had the strongest pile driver in history. Although his waist was sore from the battle, the old man didn't lose his face as a man. He still had a heroic spirit. But at this moment, Wenwen's condition, who was sitting cross-legged and naked at the side, was rather worrying. He didn't know if she had recovered from her chi deviation, so practicing martial arts wasn't entirely a good thing. The greater the ability, the higher the risk. Looking at how awe-inspiring Wenwen usually was outside, this chi deviation was really quite scary. Luckily, she had the old man as her bestie. Luckily, there was a good man like the old man who could support the heavens and earth. At this critical moment where her life was on the line, he could descend from the sky and turn the tide, saving her from danger. No matter what nonsense Chen Guang's thoughts were running wild in his mind, or how that vulgar gaze was wandering around her body, Wenwen didn't have the mood to bother about it. She was dumbstruck by the huge ball of air that was condensed from the 7 stars united in her dantian. The more she concentrated, the deeper her inner vision went and the stranger she felt. When her entire mind was immersed in it, she seemed to vaguely see a human figure floating in her dantian. That's right, the ball of air that was formed after the 7 stars united was actually like a little person. His own chi of inner strength lingered around the little man like a cloud. From time to time, it would be passively absorbed by the little man. At the same time, the little man would spit out his inner strength. Although she could not detect any changes in a short period of time, Wenwen was certain that if this little person were to absorb and spit it out, her inner strength would definitely become more condensed. In other words, her inner strength would continue to slowly increase. How was this possible? There was no reason for this at all. I'm not even at the level where I can cultivate this thing. Also, was this actually true? Wasn't this the fantasy of the ancient people in the legends? In ancient legends, it was said that there was a realm of experts who had reached the great accomplishment realm. Their inner strength was like a substance, and they could almost take human form. This inner strength condensed in the dantian was similar to the person who practiced martial arts, like a miniature version of themselves. This little person had no muscles or bones, but there were tendons and veins inside. The inner strength could continuously circulate in the little person's body, whether it was wearing clothes, eating, walking, or sleeping. It was constantly helping the martial artist improve their inner strength. If the martial artist deliberately meditated, the small circulation in the little person could resonate with the large circulation in the external body. This could greatly increase the speed of the martial artist's inner strength cultivation. This little person was also known as human transformation in the records. It meant that the martial artist's inner strength had transformed into himself. According to the legends, only martial artists who were close to breaking through the void and had reached the pinnacle of strength could condense this so-called human transformation by chance. Of course, it was later proven that this so-called human transformation did not exist at all. It was a helpless fantasy of some of the strong in the ancient times, when they could not see any hope of advancing further. They pinned their hopes on this illusory thing, and were unwilling to give up the struggle even when they died. However, in the 5,000 years of China's history, there had never been any recorded existence of a martial artist who had successfully cultivated human transformation, nor had there ever been such an absurd thing as breaking through the void. No matter how powerful a martial artist was, they were still human when they reached the pinnacle. They could not become immortals or gods. Legends could only remain legends in the end. There was no record or proof of it becoming reality. Gradually, no one really believed this, and only treated it as a fairy tale. Although Wenwen knew about the legend of human transformation, and her own strength had improved by leaps and bounds, she had never had extravagant hopes for it. But she had inexplicably succeeded in cultivating it. What exactly is going on with me? What is that 7 stars that inexplicably appeared in my dantian? What does that 7 stars have to do with Chen Guang? Why did I lose control of myself every time he approached me? Why did the 7 stars inexplicably move yesterday? After we were done, how did the 7 stars condense into human transformation? There were many questions hidden in her heart that she could not find an answer to. Once again they surfaced in her heart. But just like before, she still could not figure it out. There was no mention of such a phenomenon in the notes left behind by the ancestors of the One clan's cultivation painting scroll. Wenwen's heart was filled with 100,000 whys. But no matter what, the human transformation had already been achieved. This ironclad fact proved that the ancient legends were not empty words. Perhaps a peerless expert with unprecedented strength had just barely touched this step, and sensed the existence of the human transformation realm. That was how he came to this conclusion. Unfortunately, that great expert ultimately failed at the last step, so the human transformation realm remained a legend. But now, I made the human transformation realm a reality. It was truly inconceivable. Woman could not describe her feelings. Perhaps she was a little proud. After all, she had accomplished something that no one had done before. But she was also very perplexed. Her subconscious told her that this was definitely related to Chen Guang, but she could not figure it out no matter how she thought about it. Other than that, what she felt the most was fear and reluctance. Achieving the human transformation realm probably meant that she was about to shatter the void. Although she did not know when it would happen, as long as she did not die in an accident, this was probably an outcome that she could not defy. Either die or shatter the void. It might be tomorrow, or it might be many years later. If I really leave this world, no matter what method I use, it would be better if I die or shatter the void. But what about this guy? He would probably die of sadness, right? Wenwen turned her head and looked at Chen Guang, who was lying on the ground. She did not know when he had fallen into a deep sleep. Her heart was filled with mixed feelings. She slowly got up and tried to take a few quick steps by the side of the Magatama pond. She even stepped on the water and jogged a circle on the surface of the water. Compared to walking on the waves before, she really felt much more agile when she stepped on the water now. It was as if she was floating in the air like a fairy. Thinking of the human transformation in her dantian, she was once again sure that she was going to shatter the void. She floated down to Chen Guang's side feeling lost. Regarding her relationship with Chen Guang, she also felt that it was extremely inconceivable. When she first saw him more than 3 years ago, she did not know why, but she felt that he was exceptionally pleasing to the eye at first glance. Later, she would occasionally think of this question. Why was that? She felt that it was inconceivable. 2 people who were supposed to live in completely different worlds, with 2 different views on life and the world. 2 people who saw, heard, and interacted with completely different people. Why did they become such important friends just because they liked the same game? Was it love at first sight? Wenwen understood that it was impossible. She was not an impulsive and blind woman, and Chen Guang did not have such a strong charm. Love at first sight was completely impossible. When she was with Chen Guang, she did not have the strong feelings of liking him. She just felt very relaxed and happy. She did not need to be on guard when she was with him. That was all. Even when she first had a relationship with him, at that time, Wenwen thought that she was going to die anyway. Anyway, this guy was always thinking about it, and she had never tried it anyway. Anyway, she had promised him the bet. Since she was going to honor it, what did it matter if she honored it a little more this time? What was the harm in trying to die later? What was even more amazing was that even after something had happened, when she faced him, it was still difficult for her to bring up the shyness between a man and a woman. It seemed to be different from the past, but it also seemed that nothing had changed. So be it. There was no need to figure out what kind of feelings she had, and what he was thinking in his heart. Not every kind of relationship in the world needed to be accurately defined. It was not bad to maintain this way. But today she finally understood. This was not love at first sight, but the relationship between her and Chen Guang was far more than simple love. This was simply the drive of fate. Otherwise, how could she explain that with her character and hobbies, she had originally planned to spend 4 years in university peacefully? Originally, she just wanted to experience the life of ordinary young people from the perspective of a bystander. But she just felt that Chen Guang was very pleasing to the eye. How could she explain that this guy obviously had nothing? But she just felt that he was pleasing to the eye. The most inexplicable thing was that she was clearly poisoned by the fire poison and was bound to die. After making love with this guy, the poison was detoxified. Her internal injuries were inexplicably healed, and there was an inexplicable 7 stars alignment in her dantian. This time, it was even more ridiculous. The 7 stars alignment became 1, and she became the first martial artist in the world who had the ability to transform into a human. All of this seemed to be a coincidence, but in fact it was simply fate. Even if she did not know the reason, it must be related to Chen Guang. Wenwen stared blankly at Chen Guang, who was sleeping soundly, and thought to herself, "This guy, could it be that you are the reincarnation of Tang Xing? You are simply a miraculous elixir, the strongest dual cultivation partner in history. The first time, he gave me the 7 stars, the second time, he transformed into a human, and the third time, wouldn't I become an immortal? Sigh. But the problem was that this guy had a handle on me this time. When he wakes up, with this guy's personality, he will definitely want more. What should I do? Logically speaking, I should go along with him. As long as I don't cause too much trouble. This matter is actually quite interesting, and also quite comfortable." Wenwen's face was red, and her heart was beating fast. "But I don't have much time left in this world. If I first feed him, and then I break through the void, I really don't know how sad he will be. Sigh, since we are going to separate sooner or later, I might as well let him give up earlier." Wenwen made a decision in her heart. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Chen Guang slowly opened his eyes. He was no longer lying on the ground, but was sleeping on a warm jade bed. Not far from him was Go Yuqi, and he was wearing a set of martial attire that belonged to an unknown person. As for Wenwen, she was neatly dressed, and was sitting cross-legged at the side meditating. Chen Guang turned his head to look. The hole on the top of his head had not been repaired, and the rays of the morning sun were shining in through the hole, reflecting on the karst cave. It was extremely beautiful. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.